Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining the December 15th, 2020 East Whiteland Planning Commission meeting. First, we'd like to have the pledge. If we have a flag on the screen. I don't see anything yet.
It goes up automatically, so we could begin.
Oh, really?
The pledge. Yep. Hmm.
Okay. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so our first item up would be to approve the rather long minutes from our November 17th, 2020 meeting. Has anyone had a chance, or has everyone had a chance to review them? Are there any changes?
I read them. I think they're good, so I make a recommendation to accept the minutes from the November 17th meeting.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of a problem hearing you, Jeff. A little low on the volume. Did you say?
Yeah, my connection's poor. I read them and I think they're great, and I make a recommendation for approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that. Peter.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, before we get started on our agenda this evening, I would like to once again go over the guidelines for public participation, since this is our second live stream meeting. And so I just want to remind everyone who is joining us this evening that all members of the public must introduce themselves upon arrival for the applicant, and all members of the public must rename themselves for identification purposes. And after every agenda item, the PC members will offer comments and questions, and then there'll be a chance for members of the public to make a comment or question. And then, let's see, all members of the public should use the raise hand feature when there's a question or a comment. And each member of the public will have 2 minutes to comment on any question or ask a question. And the comments and questions may also be submitted via email to publiccomment@eastwhiteland.org. Also, the chat feature will not be monitored for questions, so please send your questions via email or raise your hand. Okay, that being said, we have our first item on our agenda this evening, which is ordinance amendments or zoning text and map amendments related to off-premise signs. The proposed ordinance includes standards for size, location, display, and elimination of signs. And we have the applicant would be Catalyst. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, thank you for having us this evening. I thought it best to address all of these items collectively. We've put together a few slides that I think encapsulate the subject matters on your agenda. So if you'd allow us to, we'd like to share that on our screen.
Sure.
Yeah, Thaddeus, I believe you've been made a co-host, so you should have the ability to share your screen and any visuals that you have.
Yeah. Can those on the other side see our screen now?
Yes.
No. Just give me, all right. Give me the next slide. Okay, so to provide a little bit of background, we filed 3 conditional use applications on February 13th of 2019 for 3 digital monopole billboards that conform 100% at each location to the township's ordinance. Those 3 locations were 32 Lancaster Ave, 104-106 Lancaster Ave, and 323 Lancaster Ave. There was a hearing that was held on January 15th. There was a decision, and it's been continued until February of 2021. We also, during that time period, held an information session with residents and members of the public to get their feedback regarding the applications. And what we're here to propose tonight is both the settlement agreement and a ordinance amendment that would extinguish these 3 locations. Go to the next one. Those 3 locations on the aerial, you can see you have one that's essentially at the intersection of 29 and 30, and then 104-106 Lancaster Avenue is to the west, and 323 Lancaster Avenue is to the east. Visually, go ahead. When you apply all of the standards and regulations that are in the ordinance, these are 2-scale renderings of what the ordinance permits. This first one is at 32 Lancaster Avenue looking west. The next one, can you give me the next slide, please, is 104-106 Lancaster Avenue, also looking west. These are, go to the next one. These are monopole sign structures that would be 45 feet in height. It is very important to note for both the board and for those members in the public, everything that we showed in the renderings is 100% in compliance with the township's ordinance. We need no relief or no variances of any kind in order to construct these 3 locations. Go to the next slide. So in fact, if you take a look at the existing ordinance that is in place, the existing ordinance would allow 9 monopole billboard locations, just like we showed you, along Lancaster Avenue in the general vicinities of the push pins that you see here. So through our discussions with the township, there was really 2 goals that really drove.
Let me interrupt you for a second, Thaddeus. The ordinance has since been amended since you filed the conditional uses, so it no longer allows 9. It would only allow the 3 that you filed for conditional use on. I wanted that to be understood by the audience before you moved on.
That would be news to us. We were going off of the ordinance when we filed the application, Joe.
Yeah, we since amended the ordinance, just converted it back to the old ordinance. So it's really the 3 that you've applied for that are the ones that can be put in Route 30.
Got it. Just get me 2 slides ahead. Okay, so what has been proposed in the form of a settlement agreement is to design a monument display, which is completely different than a monopole. It would have a multi-tiered water feature with extensive landscaping. It would have a double row evergreen buffer, and this would be at the intersection of 29 and 30. And I'll show you the design momentarily. This would have a maintenance and operation agreement that we would enter into with the municipality that would set forth all the standards to which we have to maintain the installation to. It would also have a fairly significant escrow included in that to ensure that the installation is maintained and operated in accordance with that agreement. We would adhere in this settlement agreement to the same illumination standards that would be in the new off-premise sign ordinance. Let me show you the design. While the site itself is there, is 32 Lancaster. The location is to the eastern part of the property. And the design, if you could go to SketchUp. So here's the design and the site looking to the east. The design would be constructed. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you may need to do a new screen share for the new window that you have open that shows that you say you're using SketchUp.
Yep. So Okay, so you guys are still on the PowerPoint. I
Yeah,
apologize.
exactly. Yeah, no worries. It's tough. Believe me, I know how that is to switch between.
Stop share, then reshare. Thank you.
No problem. And I'm just going to remind everyone that I'm muting everyone. So if you need to make a comment or ask a question at the appropriate time, please, you'll need to unmute yourself or raise your hand. I just want to make sure that we're not getting feedback. So apologies again for the interruption.
This monument will be in a vertical configuration. The visual communication technology would be in a non-conventional shape. It would consist of a series of dry stack stone walls of various height. It would then have water cascading over those. The overall height of the structure would be 35 feet. The width would be 28 feet at the widest part, and the length would be 25 feet. The township seal would sit just in front of the wall of water. There would be a elevated berm of 4 feet in elevation behind the installation. There would be a double row of evergreens that would be planted at plant height to be taller than the visual communication technology itself. The base of both sides would be significantly landscaped, and the visual communication technology would be 511 square feet on each side. This size is vastly smaller than the 1,200 square foot that's permitted under PennDOT. This installation, as all of the installations, would be in full compliance with both the state and federal requirements. The displays themselves would be controlled by a multi-directional light sensor, which would constantly be adjusting the intensity of the display so that whether it's cloudy, sunny, daytime, nighttime, that it was operating at the appropriate intensity for viewers to be able to discern the messaging that is on the display. Go back to the PowerPoint.
Share screen again, right?
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, that brings us to the zoning map amendment, which, as you can see here from the aerial, would call for the rezoning of several parcels to the professional office zoning. These parcels here are along 202. The purpose of this rezoning is to accommodate the zoning changes that would occur with the off-premise sign ordinance. So the current ordinance, as Mr. McGrory has mentioned earlier, permits signs along Route 30. And in the discussion with the municipality, and on top of that, the extensive discussions that were had with the public through the public information session and follow-up, there was a desire from residents to see any outdoor advertising signs additionally be placed along 202, given the fact that it's a limited access roadway and standard billboard configured signs are most appropriate for limited access roadways. So the rezoning would be consistent with the existing PO zoning that exists on the other side of 202, and it would encompass these parcels that you see here. Next slide. When you do that, you would have this area that would be the PO zoning. The displays themselves would be limited to the south side of 202. That would black out the entire area or make the entire area on the north side not permissible pursuant to this ordinance. When you apply the next provision of the ordinance requiring the installation to be within 75 feet of the right-of-way of 202, you can see the vast majority of property on the south side it no longer becomes permitted under this ordinance. When you then apply the next regulation, which would require 500-foot spacing from an ingress or egress of a limited access roadway, that omits an additional area that you can see to the bottom of your screen. And then that leaves, one more slide, please. 2 locations with permitted under this ordinance with 500-foot spacing in between. Additionally, the next one, the technology that would be used for the installation at this site would be a light mitigating technology. That technology functions by recessing the actual diodes into the module itself, drastically narrowing the viewing angle of the visual communication technology. As you can see here, given the proposed placement along the edge of 202, the area in black, if anyone was standing within that area and you assumed that there was 0 tree cover, which is not the case at this location, and I'll get into that in 1 second, the only areas where you would be able to discern what is being displayed on the visual communication technology would be in those areas that are not shaded black. When you take a look at this installation itself, it would be done in a very clean design. There would be no exposed catwalks on the display. There would be no exposed ladders or conduit. Everything would be internal to the structure itself, creating a much slimmer profile for the installation. The next one. When you render it into the particular site, this is a scale version of what it would look like traveling south along 202. It's very important to point out that this area is densely wooded on both sides of 202 in this area. The tree cover extends beyond the elevation of the installation at this particular location. So even without the light mitigating technology, you're creating an installation in a placement that is up against the limited access property, has no immediately adjacent neighboring parcels that are close to it, and is in a heavily wooded area. The zoning amendment, go back a couple slides. The zoning amendment itself, which we walk through here, in conjunction with the zoning change of the underlying parcels to the PO zoning district, is what enables this ordinance to function. It's what takes the current off-premise sign ordinance, which has them located on Lancaster Avenue in the center of the community, and moves off-premise signs to a densely wooded section of a limited access roadway that is more contextually appropriate for the use. The monument installation itself, go back to the design, please. Stop sharing. Is intended to create an installation that aesthetically is preferable to a monopole that you would see on a limited access roadway. It is a design that's customized specifically to this particular installation to include a significant amount of landscaping, as well as the water feature that accompanies it. So when you take in context the entire history of this project, what would be 3, go back to monopoles on PowerPoint, what would be 3 monopole structures that are 45 feet in height, located along Route 30. Once again, those being, go back to the beginning. Those 3 installations, keep going, stop. Those 3 installations being in full compliance with the ordinance, this implementation settles that and proceeds with 1 monument along Route 30 and moves the township's ordinance to a limited access highway, which is the appropriate place for monopoles.
Thaddeus, when you proposed the 3 signs on Route 30, there was a considerable amount of resident opposition. Several people entered their appearance to oppose each of your conditional use applications. And as a result of that, you met with them, and were they the ones that directed you to look at Route 202 as a better location for a sign?
Yeah, beyond there being parties that had concerns about these type of signs being on Route 30, there were specific property owners, several of them, that entered their appearance in the matter. And then when we were able to get everybody into the same room and have an information session and get feedback, there was an overwhelming sentiment from not only those that had entered their appearance, but as well as those that were just concerned about having more monopole sign structures along Route 30, asking the question, well, why isn't this happening on 202? Why isn't the ordinance that permits this use on parcels along 202? That's a highway. That's where it belongs. It seems more appropriate. And so that really drove the discussion to formulating an ordinance for the township to implement along 202.
And can anyone from their residents see the sign that's being proposed on 202 or the sign on Route 30?
No. We went through, and the board was very sensitive to this, starting with the monument location itself, to the height of the sign structure. The height is 10 feet lower than the monopoles that are permitted in the district. There is a double row of evergreens that are required to be at plant height taller than the installation, and maintained in order to have the installation continue to be operational. Is located on a portion of that parcel. If you could go to the aerial for 32, please. Keep going forward. One more, two more. It's located on a portion of that parcel where it's heavily wooded behind the parcel. You then have the railroad tracks. You then have another wooded section. You then have the General Warren Inn. So it's positioned with lots of obstructions between the back of the installation and itself. Both of the visual communication technology elements are at an angle to the roadway. So that's focused directly on the roadway, away from the residents that are up the hill.
I have a question. Our current ordinance has the lights being extinguished at 11 p.m. Is that understood as being correct?
Is that the case?
Adjacent to residential, the existing ordinance?
Yeah, the existing ordinance, to my understanding, when an installation is adjacent to a residentially zoned parcel, requires the installation to be extinguished at 11 p.m. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I just making sure. That's what I thought I read. Yep.
Any other questions from any board members?
Is this is Tim, on the one there on Route 30 and 29, is that, I guess, the most similar project that I can picture is the one that's there's a similar sign south on 202, just south of Route 1 where Mackenzie's is that basically the same size?
No, the one on 202 in Concord, that township that you're referring to, we built that one about a decade ago at this point.
Right.
That sign, from recollection, is 8 or 9 feet taller than what we're proposing here. The visual communication technology is also slightly larger there. That sign also has a lot of additional stone massing on it that this particular installation doesn't have. I venture to guess the overall square footage of that structure, when you include the stone massing, the municipal identification at the top, the size of the visual communication technology, is probably about 2.5 to 3 times the massing that exists on this particular installation.
Okay, thanks.
This is Peter. Is there any topographical maps you could offer? The areas along 202 are very undulating and hilly. I'm just personally curious, in proximity to the sign, how high or low it would be adjacent across the street to the neighborhood up the hill for Oak Glen.
Yeah. Just go to this area. Peter, we're gonna work on getting us closer to some visuals here.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to find that myself. I figured you may have it.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh, towards the end.
While they pull up the map, I just want to remind everybody that we'll not be monitoring the chat for comments or questions. So if you do have comments, please submit them via email or be prepared to speak. We can unmute you and allow for everyone to ask questions during the public comment period. So just wanted to take that opportunity to remind everyone.
Can I just ask, how do we raise our hand to be recognized to speak? This is Tim.
Sure.
Grant.
Sure, thanks, Tim. There should be a function along the bottom that allows you to do that.
Zach, you click on participants, and then in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see a button that says raise hand. You click on that and you'll see a little hand come up next to your name. And you can look at my name, Barbara Ann Thav, as an example of that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm able to see it. I'm currently, I guess I'm a co-host, so I'm not able to see as much of the normal controls.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Ann. I appreciate that. And thank you, Tim, for asking that question. I'm sure others are thinking the same thing.
Peter, we don't have a full topo map here available within this overview, but what I can tell you is that the paved cartway is depressed by approximately 25 feet from where the base of the monopole itself is. That elevation then continues to climb upward as you move away from the paved cartway of 202.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just to add to that a little bit, in this area, obviously from Conestoga Road to 202, it sort of goes downward towards 202. So essentially in this picture, to your left or behind the sign is higher and there's some tree cover behind it. So in theory, this is tucked down in beneath, it's not sticking up at grade for Conestoga Road. So it is buffered from the roadway and from the sort of the areas to the south and uphill from here.
Yeah, my curiosity is looking north, that if the, I guess, elevation increases, is there a possibility of houses looking almost at eye level at the sign? That's my curiosity.
Understood.
Can I ask, how tall is the sound wall versus the sign? Like I see,
The sound, Deborah, the sound barrier is 18 feet high. The overall height of the sign structure itself is 49 feet. The height of the sign from the foundation of the installation to the bottom of the VCT is 29 feet.
thank you.
Were there any other comments from the members of the Planning Commission? Comments, questions, clarifications?
Yeah, John Lomer has a question about sound. The revised ordinance or settlement agreement mentions there'll be no speakers, right?
Correct. There will be no sound whatsoever.
Could we ask you to comment on whether the sign itself will change the sound profile of that part of the highway reflecting sounds?
Given this installation's distance away from the edge of the paved cartway, and the fact that there's a sound barrier wall and the height of that sound barrier wall, this installation, and then you couple the relatively soft angle of the sign faces itself, is not going to have any effect as to accentuating any of the road noise that comes off of that road.
Is the surface of your technology part of the facing wall? But really, there's two signs there. Is it quite variable, like a honeycomb, or is it relatively flat looking?
No, it's very much variable. You can see a profile of it right here. You can get an appreciation for the louvers and how much variability exists between the louvers and the diodes themselves.
All right, so that's pretty soft. That's what I was wondering about. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
I think the right word I should have used is that's going to diffuse the reflected sound, not send it in a collimated way. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
I have if I can take one more second, I have a question about light. And light falls off with the inverse square of distance. If we remember high school physics, which means every time you double your distance, you are cutting the intensity of the light by orders of magnitude. So by the time you get from where the proposed signs would be, all the way across 202 and up to the outcropping where there's trees and a home or two, I imagine the intensity would be pretty low. What I'm getting at is, would it go through somebody's window and illuminate inside, or would it be just fall into the background noise of highway light?
So I can answer the question this way. The displays would operate at 0.3 foot candles above ambient light level. We have an installation that's programmed the same exact way. It sits, the edge of the visual communication technology sits 7 feet from the property line of a residential property. And we conform with that programming to the residential light standards at the property line in that particular residential zoning district. That's significant for a lot of reasons. You also have to remember that in addition to this installation, you have much greater intensity and illumination, certainly from headlights traveling along the paved cartway of 202, as well as the taillights themselves. And the way that intensity is controlled on these displays is through these multi-directional light sensors. So regardless of what's going on from an ambient light perspective, you can be assured that this technology would always be operating at only 0.3 foot candles above ambient light, which we conform to residential lighting standards very short distances away from that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Would Catalyst consider the 202 sign alone? I think that's what you want. You got it. Can we do that instead of both?
No.
Well, I don't like either of these options, so I'm going to wait to hear from the community. And I don't think the community likes either of these options.
That's fine. We'll build the 3 monopoles that we have along Route 30.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other option, right?
No problem.
I think that you want the sign on 202, personally. I think that how many cars go by there a day? A lot. I think that's the one you want, but I'll wait to hear from our community.
What was the number of signs that were allowable on Route 30 currently under the zoning? When you had all those, all the red dots up?
Mr. McGrory has advised us that it's been since amended from the original ordinance. So Deborah, I'll defer to Mr. McGrory on how many that is.
I would say 3 signs on Route 30, the 3 that are at the top of the conditional uses.
Yeah, the goal was to limit, the number of years ago, the ordinance was changed to, in essence, expand that billboard district along Route 30. The most recent change sort of contracts it back to what the previous extent was. So it's really limited to the furthest eastern and western areas. Some of the areas that are currently have applications in from the applicant here would not currently satisfy the location criteria, but we did limit it. There are a couple of pockets where additional signs could be built. And that is, again, part of the rationale for exploring Route 202 as opposed to 30. So less than 9, but likely more than 3.
So this just comes down to a matter of, I guess the the lesser of 2 evils, which the township or the residents prefer to look at. Either way, there are signs going up, correct?
I got to be honest with you, Deborah, I really don't appreciate the characterization. I mean, we're happy building the signs that conform to the ordinance exactly the way your ordinance allows for them. That's what your township put forth. We'd be happy to build them. We're here spending what probably will end up being somewhere over $1.5 million just on the monument at Route 29 and 30. That was designed in a collaborative process with the township back and forth. Building a $1.5 million monument structure doesn't generate any incremental revenue for us from an operational standpoint. We've proposed a monopole configuration done in a more contemporary way. So look, we don't have to go and spend the additional capital as it relates to what's outlined here. I've been very clear from the beginning. We were happy just moving forward with the 3 monopoles we had and conforming to your ordinance. So your position that it's a lesser of 2 evils, then you shouldn't have wrote the ordinance the way you wrote it. We're complying with your ordinance.
I certainly didn't mean to offend you by saying that, and I should probably take that back. That was not what I guess intended. But let's be real here. They're billboards, and they're just not a popular use. And I think you know this. You've been through this. I think pretty much every town you go to.
That's inaccurate statement number 2 for the evening. So the monument that we're proposing at 29 and 30 is not a billboard. There are 16,000 outdoor advertising signs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And in many of the municipalities where we construct our assets, we're welcomed as a valuable asset in the community.
Well, then I guess you can just take that as my opinion and not a fact.
Duly noted.
Are there any other comments from any board members? Do we want to take questions, Zach, from the public, if there are any?
Sure. Yeah, we've got a number of hands that have been raised. We can try to work through those. It's close to chronological order here. Saw them, a number of them come up. I just want to remind everybody again, can't monitor the chat for questions. It becomes a little too fast paced at times. So if you have comments and you do not want to speak actively on the meeting, please email the township at publiccomment@eastwhiteland.org. That's the word public and comment all mushed together at eastwhiteland.org. So with that, Thaddeus, if you wouldn't mind unsharing your screen, we can kind of see some faces and move into public comment. I see Martin has his hand up. I believe Barbara Ann may have had hers up from the very beginning. So I'm going to kind of work through how they're listed on my screen here. So I apologize if I go out of order. Barbara Ann, if you would like to ask your question.
Sure. Thank you, Zach. Barbara Ann Thav, Broadleaf Trail, also Parks and Rec. I wanted to just state for the record that I was in attendance at that public meeting that they held at the Desmond. And there was not one person in that room that attended that I could tell that was in support of any of these billboards. Secondly, is it not fair to say that the heavily wooded area south of 202 where that proposed billboard is going is our beloved Ecology Park? Zach, can you confirm that, or Deb?
Sure. Yeah, so Ecology Park kind of is primarily, I would say, west of Mill Lane, but also that portion of the sort of to the east of Mill Lane is also township owned and is, I guess you could say, part of that park. I'm not sure if there's an exact boundary per se, but yes, it's that same general area.
And I guess I also wanted to add that at that public meeting that this applicant held at the Desmond, folks from West Whiteland came up and actually said that there were some proposed billboards from this company there. They actually, residents asked that it be tested out, and it was found that there was visibility and light leakage to residents there. So I wanted to just mention that to the Planning Commission, that might be something you'd want to consider. And finally, I guess I have to say that I'm extremely disturbed in two things. One, that the township appears to be being strong-armed here. And secondly, that we would even be considering doing anything with open space. If there is a need to do this and there's no alternative, I would just ask that you don't change the entire open space area and go and change Ecology Park from being zoned open space to zoned industrial or whatever it is that you said it's going to be zoned, and just do whatever little footprint that the sign needs. It's just heartbreaking to be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to just want to clarify one minor point there, and just in mostly related to the map change itself. The primary reason for the map change is to satisfy a PennDOT requirement that requires any location for a sign such as this be located on commercial or industrial zone property. So the township-owned property, the park, would not cease to exist in any way. This would not be, the zoning map amendment or the text amendment would not allow billboards in other areas that are currently zoned open space. It's simply to satisfy a PennDOT requirement related to the type of zoning that's required for these types of facilities. So I just want to clarify, again, it'll still be a park. Other parks are not being rezoned. So there'll be no signs popping up in other parks. So I just want to clarify and make sure there's no confusion as to at least those specific facts.
I guess, Zach, I would just add then, if that is the case, that the township takes the utmost care in documenting the fact that the park could not be used for that purpose, any other purpose other than that small little footprint of a sign in the future when we're all dead and buried for our descendants to come to maintain that as open space. That would be very important to all of us. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Barbara.
We can do that by putting a covenant on the remaining portion of that land, that it remain as open space and not used in any way whatsoever in perpetuity. So we can accommodate that aspect, Barbara, and if the board directs me to.
Thank you, Joe.
Joe, this is John Lama. I'd underscore that. I think that's a good idea. It should just be done.
Are there any other questions, Zach, from the public?
Yes,
I'll
we've got a
comment.
number. I'm going to go, again, I'm just going to go down the list here. I apologize if this is out of order. I believe next up in my view here is Martin. I assume that's you, Mr. Lutz.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, I have a number of questions and comments. The first question is one of understanding. Is the settlement agreement between the township and East Whiteland Outdoor LLC contingent upon the rezoning of the ecology park from open space to professional office?
The settlement does not address the 202 sign. However, I don't think the applicant's going to sign the settlement agreement unless they get the rezoning for 202. But technically, it's not part of the settlement agreement.
Technically. Another question in that regard, if the ecology park is not rezoned to professional office and the zoning text is not approved, what are the ramifications? If I heard you, Joe, you said that the applicant would probably not sign the settlement agreement in that case.
Yes, if the rezoning doesn't go through to professional office, then deals off and the applicant just proceeds with the 3 conditional use hearings.
Now, I have a comment in regard to, it said by the applicant that the residents, the township wanted signs along 202. I would have to say this, the residents in the area of Mill Lane, 401, that area, do not want these signs. They have not participated in this discussion. I went to the first hearings for the signs along Route 30. And most of the opposition came from the residents along Route 30. In fact, if you were not a resident close to the signs being proposed, you were not a party of interest and you weren't allowed to talk at the initial meetings. So I would have to underscore that the residents in the area where I live, Mill Lane, Spring Mill Farms area, the Oakland, et cetera, are just finding out about this, and in no way, shape, or form are we in agreement with this at this time. So I just want to underscore that because the applicant has suggested otherwise. Question I have is if the applicant could put that sign up that's being proposed along 202, just for discussion purposes. Doesn't have that capability right now.
They should still be able to share screen.
Okay. Okay, what I'm looking at is the Chesco Views map and zoning. And where that sign is located, okay, there it is right there. To the south side of that, the left, and to the north side, to the right of that sign, are zoned residential 1 acre. And I'm not sure what the applicant said about that sign being lit at night. That sign is sort of sandwiched in right between these 2 R1 areas to either side of 202. Is that sign going to be lit at night?
Want to address that, Thaddeus?
sorry, we were on mute. The sign is not located within 100 feet of a residential zoning district. And the ordinance requires signs that are located within 100 feet of a residential zoning district to be extinguished at midnight. That's section 4K of the draft ordinance hours of operation.
Well, I think that's a contrived condition or the constraint of the ordinance, because 100 feet is meaningless to me, because on the south side, which is to the left of the screen that you're looking at, you have a sign in the ecology park. And to the other side of the ecology park is a residential area. On the right side of the screen, it's residential. And contrary to what was said earlier, because I'm looking at the Chesco Views map right now of the area and topography, Oak Glen sits about 120 feet above where that sign is. They're going to be looking down on that, particularly during the winter months. So there's a real issue here. That sign's going to be visible, particularly to Peter mentioned earlier, that high point of Oak Glen. It's also referred to as a little round top in the township, because people are going to be looking down where that sign is. So I think that ordinance is poorly drafted, constructed to have that 100-foot constraint in there, because residents will be looking at that sign. Anybody comment on that?
Light blocking technology. That's one of the reasons that the requirement to use the light mitigating technology was incorporated into the requirements. So those areas that you see that are in black, not be able to view anything on the visual communication technology.
What about the areas to the left or the right on the north side of 202 are not in black?
Those are the areas where the paved cartway is. And when you extend beyond the distance of the paved cartway, you are now getting a distance away from the installation that can be measured in tenths of a mile as compared to feet.
Meaning? So I'm
It's
not following you.
Meaning it's a very significant distance.
The sign will still be seen. Right? The sign in those areas that are not in black, residents in those areas will still see the sign.
There's no residents in those areas. There's trees in those areas.
I'm sorry, I live in one of those areas.
Well, right now on the image that I'm showing, there's trees there. So unless you live in a tree house, there's no residential dwellings.
I live there. The house is there since 1950. I can picture it.
Yeah, it's not on the image.
You're telling me that at an elevation 120 feet, and remember, there's no sound wall in that area on the north side of 202 would block any view. So 120 feet up, I'm one of those residents, and there are other residents within Oak Glen. We're going to be looking down there. You're telling us we don't live there? We live there. I don't know what you're looking at.
I'm telling you in the image, there's no residential dwellings in the image that we've shown. Yes, there are residential dwellings beyond that, but we're now getting into distance, into a distance that could be measured in tenths of a mile away from the sign location, not feet.
Getting back to my question, those residents, though, that are not in a dark area, that are at that high elevation, will still be able to see that sign, the light.
The light is 0.3 foot candles above ambient light level. It would conform to the lighting standards of a residential zoning district. The the displays themselves are not projecting light across the roadway, through the woods and up the hill.
Again, you'll still be able to see the sign. I'm not talking about projecting light. I'm saying physically, one standing at those high points where the homes are can look down and see the sign. It'll be lit.
It all depends on where the houses are relative to what the question you're posing.
Outside the dark area. You're not answering the question. I feel like you're avoiding what I'm trying to ask.
You're asking me for a hypothetical house that's not on an image, the ability of that house to see the sign structure. There are no houses on this image.
Of course they're not on that image because you don't have it high enough. It was
So
this image is
produce an image to which you can point to a specific dwelling to which I could then answer the question instead of trying to guess at your hypothetical.
it's not my responsibility. Your image is contrived. It was further expanded along the upper part of the image, the north side. You would see homes. You carefully crafted it so the homes are not shown. If you lifted that image higher a little bit, you would see the homes. You know there are homes there. You just don't show it on this shrunk down version.
If we oriented to his house, not in that visible.
Zach, can we show the same image on like a Google map or something quickly that we
No.
can't? No.
We don't have it.
Zach,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said that.
You could do it in Chesco views easily.
Sure. Well, give me 1 second to pull up.
thank you.
I apologize. Here's just taking a moment. So I'm going to do a screen share here. This will bump the other screen share off just as a heads up. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay.
So as I was pointing out, if you look at the homes further up, further north from 202, right there at 42419.1A, that's my home. And you further go across Oak Glen, there are homes all across there. And there, if you did a topography shot of this in Chesco views, you would see that they're about 100 to 120 feet above that sign is located.
Technology on the top of Google Earth.
Thaddeus, do you have any information? I know obviously there's some areas in here that are wooded, and I think that's part of what's been discussed is that certainly there's a distance between the sign itself, and that's, only means so much. Do you have any information that speaks to the ground cover and, sort of what is actually visible as opposed to just what is shown potentially on a map? We can see here that there's trees, but I think the question that's come up in the Planning Commission and from Mr. Lutz is, relative to, is a relative height question, and also sort of what's in between those areas and the proposed location. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, I think I could address it in two ways. I think the houses that are along Oak Glen Drive there, along the cul-de-sac and abutting the heavily wooded area, one of the main drivers in using the light mitigating technology is specifically for the houses that are in that vicinity. Because obviously we don't have the overlay here on Chesco views. We're trying to pull it up on another screen. But that light mitigating technology is specifically designed for any structures that are within that same vicinity of those houses off of Oak Glen Drive. yes, those residences are at an elevation difference to the proposed sign location. I can't speak to the tree count or the species type, but once you get into the large tract of land, the 42-4 -19, that's an extremely heavily wooded lot in that area. So anywhere that's on that lot, anywhere on the properties that are on Oakland Drive, that's what the light mitigation technology is for.
Two comments. I can speak to the fact that we're looking at deciduous trees that lose their leaves during the winter. And the other point I'd like to note is before the township is a development application for the Knickerbocker track. And that shows that there's going to be significant reduction in the tree counts in that area. So I think we have to look at this thing systematically, synergistically, that, you know, because of elevation, because of deciduous trees, because of the potential of the Knickerbocker track development to high density, these residents are going to be looking at that sign. That's the concern. I don't think I'm the only one expressing it.
Mr. Lutz, if I may, we've got an aerial that expands that viewable zone that we're going to pull up. If you can, Zach, if you want to continue the questions while we're getting it up and we could come back to it, that would probably be best. It's just going to take us a minute to get it from one system to the next.
Zach, before you move on, I have another point I'd like to make.
Sure.
It's difficult to see, but it looked like the location of that sign is going to be very close to the Valley Creek, which passes under 202. How close is it to the Valley Creek? It's in the ecology park, and the Valley Creek is in the ecology park as well.
Let me see it. You sure that's his house? There.
So I think they're sort of trying to pull up some visuals on their end. There is a floodplain in that area. As part of any sign permit application or anything that would move forward with this, if it were to move forward, there would need to be an analysis of the floodplain there to determine whether it's within the floodplain, adjacent to the floodplain. There may be a hydraulic study that's required. So those are all details that would certainly need to be reviewed at the appropriate time. But you're right, the stream does flow through that portion of the property and under 202.
A sign could be erected within the floodplain?
So we'd have to see what the ordinance says specifically about structures in the floodplain. There potentially could be located outside of the floodplain. The floodplain doesn't take over, as I recall, that entire site. So it could be located adjacent. There's also options for reviewing the you do what's called essentially a letter of map amendment, a hydraulic study to determine the actual extent of the floodplain. So certainly I'm not stating that there's no floodplain there, just something that needs to be looked at in more detail if something were to move forward. But it's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, our proposed, sorry, Mr. Lutz.
No, good. Go ahead. I'm listening.
The proposed location for this monopole is not within the floodplain. In fact, it's quite higher than where the stream is from an elevation standpoint. Mr. Lutz, this is a more technical version of the sightline analysis. The lines on this are a little bit harder to see. Give me the mouse, please. I will do my best here with this to zoom in. So you have the sign face. If you can see my cursor here, you have the sign face viewable to traffic traveling south. You have the sign face viewable to traffic traveling north. The whole purpose of using this sightline technology is for exactly what you discussed. So everything that is to the left of this line here and everything that's to the right of this line here falls outside of that area. If I am correct, your residence or the main structure on your property is in this opening in the canopy here. Am I correct, Mr. Lutz?
I can't tell from what I'm seeing on the photo. I don't think it is. No, it's a little further north.
Is it here possibly?
No, that's part of Oakland. I'm where you were just had your cursor. No, further up. It's a little bit
Here?
right in that area.
Okay, so I apologize for the darkness of the image, but in any event, the area that you're pointing to, or if it's this area further down here, is outside of the area where this would be viewed. If we continued up the hill with this, quite some distance through these deciduous trees, you would have those other residences that are sitting up behind here. The same goes on this side of the paved cartway. I can't see all the way off my screen because I see people's faces, but if you follow this line to the right coming across, that's why the technology was used and implemented, because so none of the residences back here would see it, and the same goes for over here. So to answer your particular question, regardless of what the elevation change is, using the sightline technology means that you would not be able to view anything within this area that's being displayed on the installation. The installation itself would just look like a black structure, not producing any illumination intensity.
All right. I would just add that on the north side of 202, I appreciate where you're talking about the black area, but to the right, there's still homes in Oak Glen that are going to be able to see this sign. They're outside that dark area. And again, I would ask, bear with me, you speak to this technology that you will not be able to see the sign. What is it of the technology that prevents you from seeing the sign?
Sure. Okay. I'm going to hold this up to the camera, Mr. Lutz. I'll do my best to show you this way. This here is a standard LED module. And what you will notice, as I'm trying to get it in the frame, is the diodes protrude from the module. And you have those elevated louvers. Okay. So the fact, what I'm asking you to pay attention to is that those red, green, and blue diodes actually protrude outward and are raised from the module itself. Okay. That gives you a very wide viewing angle. What I'm holding up is a module with the sightline technology. And what you'll notice is from the profile is that you see no diodes. The reason why you see no diodes is because each one is recessed into one of these holes. These holes are cut at a slight angle. So therefore, you have to essentially look into the hole in order to be able to see the color. So as this thing is configured, right, and you are looking at this from an angle, you can't see because you're not looking at it from straight on. You can't see through the angle of the recessed diode into the louver. That's how it works from a technology standpoint.
Okay. Thank you. Is it possible, as I mentioned earlier, many of the residents in my area are just becoming aware of this zoning change and the possibility of this billboard along 202. Is it possible to get a copy of this material that could be available to the residents? Zach, or
the physical.
Well, for example, what we're looking at right now, plus the some of the earlier exhibits that could be shared with the local residents or available on the website that they could access.
Well, I'm sure Thaddeus would supply to us his PowerPoint. I don't know if you have samples that you can leave of the physical screen, or whether you're willing to do that. I'll leave that up to you.
It would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, we can post the exhibits that we have here. The modules themselves, no, we only have 3 of those, so.
Right, so all the things they raised in their PowerPoint can be posted.
That would be great if they could be accessible via the website.
I think we can accommodate that. Can we do that, Zach?
Yes. Yeah, we can post everything. So obviously the focus tonight was intended to be the ordinance. That stuff is currently on the website. We can post these additional materials, the slideshow. Trying to think, I'm sure there's a way we can find sort of a spec sheet. Thaddeus, maybe you can assist with that for the actual LED panel. Is that something that you could help me come up with to put on the website?
Sure.
Okay.
And also, if I may, the exhibit that's on the screen right now, I think that's very illustrative of what we're talking about.
Understood.
All right. At this point, I'd have to say I'm still in opposition to this, but I'm willing to listen to what further information is provided.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. I believe we do have a couple of other comments here. Again, we're going to try to focus in on maybe things that haven't been discussed, not to cut anybody short by any means. We'll give everyone an opportunity to speak. Again, if you have comments, please email publiccomment@eastwhiteland.org. I'm going to move down the list here. Looks like, so I'm going to lower your hand, Martin, and move to Gail. Tim, I know your hand up was up basically from the very beginning. So I am going to, if you'd like to speak, and then I'll go back to sort of going sequentially. I just want to be respectful of sort of the order here a little bit.
Are you talking to Tim Caban or somebody else?
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, Tim Caban, if you would like to go ahead. I know you had your hand up for quite a while.
Sure. So my name's Tim Caban. I'm from 1050 West King Road. And I would like to ask the applicant, I guess she's been very clear that all of his signs on Route 30 don't need any variances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'd like to examine that statement because it was the same statement that your tall, very arrogant attorney made during the conditional use hearings, which the public had not yet gotten to speak at. But specifically, I'd like to reference section 200-85, letter D of the zoning code, which says, lighting shall comply with Article 2 of this chapter and section 200-80 of this article. And then it says, if adjacent to residential zoning districts, signs shall be lit only from dusk to 10 p.m. And I would like to clarify because during the earlier hearings, the attorney repeatedly said that these signs are not any different from any other sign. So what that says to me then is that your signs, your electronic signs, if they are adjacent to residential zoning districts, can only be on from dusk to 10 p.m. because they happen to be electronic signs. Do you agree with that, Mr. Applicant?
Yeah, my name's Thaddeus, and our application for the 3 locations on Route 30 is in full compliance with the ordinance. And when they're approved, if they're approved, then we would be extinguishing them at 10 p.m. pursuant to the provision in the ordinance.
Okay, so thank you. You didn't answer the question, but I would suggest that that section of the code be specifically, it's very clear that the Route 30 signs are adjacent to residential zoning districts. And now that I look at this map with Mr. Lutz, I think it's very clear that this is adjacent to residential zoning districts. And I'm sure we're going to argue about the meaning of the word adjacent. So very briefly, I use the definition to lie near, which comes from a concise etymological dictionary of the English language by Skeet. I would also make Mr. Martin Lutz aware that in that other hearing for the billboards on 30, the lawyer for Thaddeus actually agreed, and they actually set up a drone on from one of the locations because there was a tall woman, a doctor, I don't remember her name, she has dark hair, who kept saying that she was up the hill and they'd be able to see the sign. And they said they would send up a drone, and they made her aware of that, but then they did this on a day when she wasn't aware. And they sent up a drone and said it was at the height of the sign and that they couldn't see her house. And then they excluded her on that basis as a party from the hearing. So I would encourage the Board of Supervisors to reference this section of the code. I would encourage residents to reference this section of the code. And I don't think that, and I guess her name is Helise Bychevsky, according to Steph Gunderson. I think everyone should reference this section of the code. And I don't think we should short circuit the process that was proceeding for the signs on Route 30. And I think that there's a very, very strong case that this sign is adjacent to residential zoning districts in all of the proposed locations. And then I would like to see Mr. Thaddeus put that into his ROI calculations in terms of the number of sign repeats and views that he can sell for advertising, and see if the economics still work for him. But I really would like the Board of Supervisors to proceed with the full legal process and not allow it to be short-circuited by this process, especially during a time of COVID, where many of us aren't even aware of these meetings, and we are separated in many respects, if nothing else, by physicality. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Caban. It looks like next up on the hand raise is Gail's iPhone.
Hi.
Is that Gail Keys? Is that you?
It is Gail Keys.
Okay. Lucky
Thank you.
guess, I guess.
Yeah.
Please go ahead and ask any question or comment you may have.
Thank you. Basically, I'm still a little confused about the actual location of this sign along 202. Which side of Mill Lane are you proposing this to be? On the east side or the west side?
So I think the applicants, okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
I was unmuting us. Thank you for the question, Gail. It would be on the east side.
So it's not, it's in the kind of the undeveloped side now, not the ecology park side. I mean, the formal ecology park.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm also on the park board and have been fighting for decades to preserve open space and parks in our township. And it's been a long, long battle. And it's very difficult for me to see us changing zoning from open space to anything but. I'm concerned, and maybe this is a question for Zach. If these proposed zoning changes go through, how does that open it? Somewhere somebody said eventually there's going to be a corridor of signs along 202. I think I heard a statement, something like that. Did I not hear that correctly, Zach? Or
So yeah, I'm not sure specifically where you heard that. I know there are similar applications from this company, and I'm sure others in other municipalities along the corridor and elsewhere. What I can say, I guess specifically, I think the first part of your question was, how do you ensure that there won't be any further development of this? Can you repeat sort of your question specific to the park site as opposed to the corridor?
Well, I'm concerned that if this is changed, it's going to be very tempting to add more signs along here. I know it was addressed a little bit earlier by putting some kind of something in the ordinance, but I guess I don't even understand why you included the current ecology park as part of, to be changed. If the sign's going on the east side of Mill. why is the west side of Mill even included in the change?
Sure. So the basic point is that with the zoning map change, the intent is to try to create contiguous districts. So with there being commercial district on the north side, the thought was to create a more contiguous district on the other side of 202, which would, again, the purpose of rezoning it from open space at all is to satisfy a PennDOT requirement for these types of signs having to be located on either commercial or industrial zoned land. So again, I know it seems odd to rezone a park from open space to professional office, but that is the limit of the intent of that there's no intent to build professional offices on the site. There's no intent to have this property be turned over to developers. This is still a township park. This is still to be maintained otherwise as it is today. So again, the intent is mostly to satisfy that PennDOT requirement, of which there are many.
And it seems to me there's still no point to changing any other parcels other than the one parcel where that pole is stuck in the ground. Forget the contiguous thing would make no difference. Anyway, that's just my comment on that. I'm also concerned, this happens to be my favorite park, and I truly don't want to be walking in that park and looking up and seeing a billboard. That's not what a quality of open space and relaxation and enjoyment and recreation are all about. So I'd really like to have that comment be made that our parks are very valuable. They're rare in East Whiteland, and I think we should cherish them and treat them with the value that they have. Valley Creek, Marty pointed out, and I was going to do that too, is an exceptional value creek. I'm concerned about the installation, the continued maintenance, in and out and across. We certainly have eyed that property also as potential continuation of Ecology Park in the future. So, it would be disappointing to me to have that there for that future thought of open, active open space. I guess my other question for the gentleman from Catalyst, this technology that is so wonderful, apparently, why is that different than what you were talking about for the Route 30 signs? And if so, why not use that technology on those signs? Or why didn't you present it for those signs?
Sure. Good question. The light mitigating technology is relatively new. And by relative, I mean in the last 12 to 18 months. There are limitations with that technology on how high the resolution of the display can be. And for the purposes of the monument display, in the interest of creating a much higher resolution, because that display is lower, smaller, and exponentially closer to the edge of the roadway, the benefit is, in that particular instance, is to use a higher resolution display, which can produce a finer image, meaning the closer you can get to it before it appears pixelated. And the light mitigating technology doesn't exist at those very high architectural resolutions. To answer your original question while you were commenting, the installation is just short of a quarter mile east of Mill Road.
And how close to, you talk about the cart path. I don't even know what that means. What's
the side of the highway?
Like the shoulder?
The side of the highway, yeah, the nearest part of the pavement.
Okay. And how far off of that would it be? The signpost, the pole?
80 feet to the front. 80 feet to the front edge of the sign face. So to the center foundation, the monopole support would be about 115. So,
So
100,
on that
foundation would be 115 feet from the edge of the pavement.
on that piece of property and that width there, would it be in the middle of there between the cart
no.
path 401? It's much closer to 202.
It's much closer to 202. Let me try and get a measurement for you. So 401 is more than 300 feet away. And so the sign foundation would be 115 feet into that more than 300 feet.
From which direction? From 401 or 202?
From 202.
Okay, all right. My other question was really referring to the original 3 signs you proposed along Route 30 and why this technology wasn't being proposed for those signs.
There's no regulatory requirement to use the technology within that ordinance. Obviously, that ordinance was drafted before this technology existed. And so we submitted our applications consistent with what that ordinance on its face permitted.
So to be a good neighbor, you wouldn't use the best, most unobtrusive technology?
I don't think it's necessarily the best per se. It's an option that exists when you have an installation like this one in particular, where you're trying to mitigate specific areas. It makes sense to be used in this case. Not saying that it can't be used on the stuff on Route 30. We'd have to look at seeing the benefit, what the benefit would be at each site.
Okay, and one last question. From the path in Ecology Park, is that in the zone or out of the zone? I mean, is that from Ecology Park, we would not see the sign at all, or we would see it?
No, you wouldn't see the sign from Ecology Park because the topography and the tree cover that exists.
Well, the tree cover isn't there at this time of year. I was just out there, so the leaves are all down. So anyway, just wanted to correct that.
Even without the leaves, you've got pretty heavy tree cover that exists in there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Going down the list here, we have a G Sheridan. I'm going to guess that's Gary Sheridan. Gary, if you want to state your comment or question.
Sure. Question for you, Zach, Debbie, and probably Joe McGorry. With our experience, that being one of the higher incident sections of 202, have you conferred with the state police on the accident and the effects and the liability for the township of having a light source in that higher area of incidents?
There's been a lot of studies done saying that these sign installations are safe. And I'll defer to Thaddeus if he wants to reference any of those national studies that have been done.
Yes, Mr. Sheridan, to answer the question, I'll answer it 2 ways. We look at it from a macro perspective and a micro perspective. From a macro perspective, there's been an extensive amount of studies that have been done. The most involved, non-biased study that was done was conducted by the Federal Highway Administration. It was conducted in 2 U.S. cities. It consisted of taking drivers of all age ranges and having them drive a preset course in 2 separate cities that had the vehicles equipped with what they call eye motion tracking capability. And it was essentially measuring how long motorists took their eyes off the road in the presence of various types of signage. There was digital signage, there was static signage, there was outdoor advertising signage, there was on-premise signage. The conclusion from that study from the Federal Highway Administration was that when these signs are constructed in compliance with the federal regulations, which all of the states are required to adopt, which Pennsylvania adopts, that these signs are considered to be traffic safety neutral. Ironically, in that particular study, there was a sign for a jeweler that had a Rolex sign that was the most distracting sign in the two tested routes. So that's the macro assessment that's been done. The micro assessment that I think is even more relevant is when you look at the accident rates for a 3 or a 5 year period along the section of roadway where a particular sign is to be located for that 3 or 5 years before it is installed. And then you look at that same section of roadway and you look at the reportable crash data for that same 3 or 5 year period afterwards. So essentially a pre and a post. We've had multiple traffic engineering firms, traffic planning and design comes to mind. There was McMahon and Associates, the second one, and we've had others, and they've done assessments on many of our installations. And in the cases of looking at them over a 3 and a 5 year window of time, there has been no increase at any of our locations in any reportable accident data along those sections of roadways. And so when you take a look from the macro perspective in compliance with the federal and the state regulations, and you look at this technology being installed on roadways similar to this in the regions where this is, and you see no increase in the rate of accidents, both of those are very conclusive that these are traffic safety neutral when operated within these parameters.
I would have to say that this is probably the highest incident area of 202 in East Whiteland Township from an emergency response area. With crashes, we've had ambulances and fire trucks hit in this area. So any additional light source is worrisome from an emergency responders. As I'm sure you're aware, emergency responders are struck every day. It's officers, tow trucks, resulting in more fatalities for firefighters than anything else. So anything in that area is a concern to me. That's all I've got for you, Zach.
Thank you, Gary.
Zach, is that report or that data something that maybe Chris from McMahon has handy, since it is from the Federal Highway Safety Administration? I would assume it's very accessible. If maybe if any of the public wants to review it or read it.
Yeah, I imagine it's accessible online. Thaddeus, I don't know if you have any insights on where it can be accessed most easily, but I'm sure these are all.
We can send you a link to it.
Great. All right, I'm going down the list here. Mark Zagolski is next, at least in terms of how my list is sorting out here. Mark, do you want to state your question or comment?
Sure. Hi. Hey, thanks, Zach. Yeah, my question is why you'd even consider it. And I see I'm a little late in the game, and I have to agree with Martin. Many of us are probably, I don't know anyone that would agree with it, but I think it's real short-sighted to me to even consider rezoning. And I would say, from my view, I'd let them slog it out on Route 30 and try to find if they're going to put it there. But I would definitely be against it. And as the more I know, the more I'll be able to speak to. But that's kind of my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Going down the list here, I have a George Sabo. I hope I pronounced that properly. Mr. Sabo, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, that's close enough. So, I mean, I agree. I don't understand why we have to change the zoning on both locations, Ecology Park and where they want to put the sign. I live on Mill Lane. So obviously I don't want to look at that every day, but also with the Knickerbocker development being proposed, which I'm really against, all those residences, if they're going to go in, are going to look directly at those signs from where that's angled. So, I mean, I think we need to get off the 202 and, let them go back to Route 30, because that monument, I don't understand, and maybe the applicant can ask why they have to do the monument and this sign if they're spending 1.5 million, because from what I saw in the rendering, there were advertisements on that monument. Am I correct?
Oh yeah, we're unmuted. Yes, the monument display includes off-premise messaging. It's one of the products in our portfolio that we construct. And what we have tried to reach a conclusion with the township on is, in lieu of the 3 monopoles that we outlined in the beginning of the discussion this evening that comply with the municipality's ordinance, as an alternative to that, constructing 1 monument along Route 30 at the intersection of 29 and 30, and changing the township's zoning ordinance to allow for a location along 202, given the fact that the municipality has a limited access highway running through it, and that monopoles are most contextually appropriate in the vicinity of limited access highways.
Okay, it just, and I'm not trying to be, disruptive, but it's when you were talking earlier, it seemed like you were saying you guys were spending the 1.5 million to put that monument in, like that was coming out of your pocket, but you do have a revenue stream at that monument.
Correct.
Okay, all right, it just seemed to me.
We have a revenue stream that's no different than if we built a $400,000 monopole. We just have to take a longer term view of the return analysis to build something that's architecturally meaningful and aesthetically unique to the municipalities that we build them in.
No, I get that. I understand that, but I just want everybody that's listening to understand that there is going to be advertisements there. So
Yes.
You are going to recoup that money.
Yes.
And just for my sake, I'm not a fan of them. I understand you're trying to, make money as a business. I try and do the same thing. I would just, to the board, say, just let them go on 30. You know what I mean?
That's fine by us.
I guess my other question is, why? And that's fine. I'm glad you're saying that, but why do you need both sections of that highway rezoned? I really don't understand the reasoning behind that, and that's the only other comment I had.
I'll defer to Mr. McGorry and Mr. Barner regarding the rezoning and the parcels that are being rezoned. And so I'm not going to speak for the two of them. I have my own thoughts on how it should be rezoned. The purpose of the rezoning as it exists for the underlying parcel where the proposed monopole is going is to satisfy the criteria set forth by FHWA and PennDOT that any outdoor advertising sign be located on a parcel wherein the underlying use is commercial or industrial.
Yep, I get that one. I'm just curious about the other part because it is so far away from where the sign's going to be. I don't understand the reasoning in that. I get why you need it where the sign's going. That's fine.
But the reason for that is that we can't just rezone a parcel, a certain zoning district, without it being adjacent to the same zoning district. So we have to rezone what we're proposing under PO so it connects to another PO district.
Yeah, but I thought there were 2 parcels there before you get to Mill Lane if you're heading down 202. So why would you need to include the parcel that's Ecology Park now? Does that make it adjoining? Can we go back to the tax parcel?
Yeah, Thaddeus, could you show the zoning analysis? Once we, I think once this question's answered, if there's not a specific visual that's needed, if we could maybe do the sort of unshare the screen so that people can see faces and all that, it might be helpful as well.
Share our screen. So this is the existing, go ahead, Zach. Is this the aerial you wanted?
Yeah, that or the one that just shows sort of all the, I guess it's purple. I apologize, I'm colorblind.
Yeah, it's purple.
Good guess.
Can you see it now?
Is this helpful?
Yeah, I get that. If it has to be adjoining, it's technically not adjoining since it's across from 202. So, I don't understand why that would have to be rezoned. I just personally don't understand it. And, being a resident of the township, I don't like it. And you may say that it'll never be developed again, but once it's reclassified, I think that gives the township, which they've shown, free reign to develop as much property as they can in the township. That's my view of it.
Well, the road doesn't make it not adjacent. You can still have adjacent zoning districts crossing the street. But as far as developing the rest of it, I've already agreed, if my board permits me to execute a covenant running with the land in perpetuity that this land will never be developed. The only thing that's ever going to go on these parcels is one billboard sign, period. And that would be in perpetuity. So that would apply to future boards and, future township officials, et cetera. So there's a way to continue to protect it. The zoning is strictly to get the sign in. It's not to change the use of the property. The use of the property will not change at all.
Okay. Let's see here. Next up on my list here, I have Megan and Craig Sahusky. Looks like we have Craig there. Is that you? If I could just ask Mr. Barkowski to stop screen share, which looks like he just did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig, I don't think we're able to hear you. I can't tell if you have headphones on, but we're not able to actually pick up your sound at this point.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I apologize for that. My name's Craig Sahusky. My wife Megan and I own the property at 112 Lancaster Avenue, known as Malvern Auto Tags, and we are parties to the application, the original application, the westernmost one, which I think is 104 Lancaster Avenue. My question, I think, may be more for the township. At the beginning of the presentation, there was a discussion that the applicable ordinance was revised sometime between the last in-person conditional use hearing and today. And I think there was a slide showing that there are now a change in the permissible locations on Route 30 for these off-premises signs. Can that be reviewed?
Yeah,
Because I was not clear what that was.
Yeah, we changed the ordinance to revert it back to what it was before, and that eliminated a lot of potential properties that you could put a billboard on. So when Thaddeus said there's 9 locations, I corrected him and said, no, there's only 3. The 3 that are part of the conditional uses.
So basically,
even though the ordinance changed, the 3 conditional uses still go in effect. They're grandfathered against the change.
Okay, okay, I understand that. And then, so those are the only, under the current ordinance, those are the only applicable locations on Route 30 that these signs can be put up.
I'd have to restudy it and have Zach do an analysis, but I think that's true. There may be one more, I'm not sure.
Okay, okay. All right, and then just the conditional, I guess if this settlement agreement is not agreed to by the township and the applicant, then we would go back to the conditional use process for the 3 original applications, correct?
Yes, if we don't settle in accordance with the terms being proposed, then we would start having conditional use hearings again in February.
And they would be mailed to the parties like we did before?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, the parties that were part of those conditional uses are also going to get formal notice of a hearing in January to consider these settlement proposals.
Okay, all right, great, great, thank you.
We'll be part of that process too.
Okay. My second question was, if I remember, when this was all happening late 2019 and early this year, there was a proposal, I believe, that, correct me if I'm wrong, if it was this applicant, was proposing to build a structure for the Chester Valley Trail over Route 29.
So that was in the beginning of the negotiations with the applicant, and the township candidly liked that proposal, but the residents didn't. The residents made it very clear that they didn't want to entertain that proposal.
Okay. One other question is just for procedure. As far as after the hearing for the settlement agreement would be the decision point for the township, whether they agree the settlement agreement or reject it and go back to the other applications, correct?
That's right.
Okay. All right. I believe that's all my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. McGrory.
Okay, next on the list here, Christopher Ireland. Looks like we have two more, Mr. and Mrs. Hoffritz after that, and then I think at that time we'll go to the public comments that have been received via email, which I believe there are quite a few, and Brittany will read those off. So with that, Mr. Ireland. Mr. Ireland, I think I believe you're still muted. Your video seems a little disrupted. You may want to turn off your camera just to create a better connection, more stable.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, does the applicant actually own the land where they would like to change the zoning?
No, the township owns the land. The applicant would lease it to put up a sign, and they would only lease the portion of the sign structure.
Okay. And my understanding also is that they're actually from Delaware County in Newtown Square. Is that correct?
I don't know where they're from.
Okay.
That's correct. I just
okay, yeah.
unmuted. My apologies.
Exactly. So they're not from Chester County, from Delaware County. So and that property was originally zoned for a reason. It was zoned because it was an open space and it wasn't to be built on, and that's what zoning's for, correct? I mean, we zone property and areas specifically so that they're kept in accordance with the wishes of the people that live in that area. I guess that's rhetorical.
The property will remain open space.
Well, you say that, but if you rezone it, I mean, there's a reason. Like right now, they can't build there. We wouldn't be having this meeting if they could just build there. You're changing the zoning for people who don't even own the property. The township owns the property. That's the people that live here, the people that pay taxes. The other question I have for everyone, this is the last one, is, and anyone can answer this: what benefit rezoning this, what benefit is it to the residents that live here? By the way, I live at 12 Lap Road in Malvern, Pennsylvania. What benefit is it? Is there any benefit to the residents of this township? Any benefit at all? Please.
Well, I think it's a matter of which group of residents are going to be the most angry. Because no matter what you do, whether you grant the signs on Route 30 or this, there's going to be a group of residents that are not going to be happy with the result.
But you're talking about not happy. I'm talking about, is there revenue generated? Are we getting something out of this? I mean, what does it do for the residents that live here? So you're going to change, you're going to potentially going to rezone a district that's set up so that we have a place to, for our kids to play. It's an open space. I mean, we've rezoned so much stuff around here so you can build houses. And that stuff at least benefits, at least brings revenue into, I can understand to some degree. And certainly if people buy land and they own it and they want to, do whatever they want with it, I get that. But we're talking about people who don't own the land. They don't have any affiliation directly with Chester County, to my understanding. To Delaware County, yes, they don't bring in revenue for Chester County. And you're talking about changing a zoning. Again, my question is, and this is to to the board. How does it benefit the residents of this township?
It benefits the township because of the lease payments that they're making for the sign. So that's added revenue for the township residents. And secondly, the sign will guarantee space for the township to use for township advertisement of community day, of certain meeting dates and certain township functions. So we'll have the ability to utilize what is a very expensive advertising modem to transmit whatever messages we want to the public. So there is a benefit there, and there's also Amber Alerts that the sign will post when they come up. So there is a public benefit to the sign, and there is additional revenue being generated. Whether that's enough in your opinion, that's your opinion, but there is a public benefit to it.
You're right, it is in my opinion, but I'm also a resident of this township. And I'm saying that, yes, Edna and Christopher Ireland do not want this. More so not because, look, I get billboards. Put up your billboards if you want. That's not my big issue. My big issue is rezoning land that was zoned the way it was for a reason, and just changing it arbitrarily because, you know, someone from outside again, if somebody wanted to build they want to build a pool and it takes up too much pervious space, and yeah, I get that. That's in our township. They bought the land. They paid taxes. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You're talking about changing zoning for people who have absolutely nothing to do with this township. That I'm not for. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Looks like next up is Marshall Hoffritz.
Hi, everybody. Debs, it's good to see you, whether it's Zoom or not, but it's good to see everybody, and thank
Hey,
you.
Marshall.
Yeah, all right. I'm pretty bothered by what I'm hearing. For all the township meetings I've been a part of and everything, I've talked to people in this township, and again, similar to what other people said about open space, you know, the fact that we're talking about now in perpetuity, putting something in perpetuity, I think this is a problem. This is a problem about old zoning laws and how developers are taking advantage of our antiquated system. And it's unfortunate because now we're making all the changes. We're not up to the times. And we've talked quite a bit, Deb, about how we can save open space. And I know I said you in particular, but the planning board in general, I just think we need to really take a pause and say, what does this look like? Not right now, but 5 years, 10 years. What's our legacy going to look like? Are we going to have signs across, you know, highways, 30, all this area? And what does that mean for what does it look like for our quality of life and our existence here? What do we want this to look like? It's a shame that we're even having this discussion. If we have to do signs, why not make it in a more commercial area? Why not towards the Worthington area, even if that's possible? The fact that PennDOT even has regulations on what signs should be and where they should be located, we should have some similar considerations. And I am totally against this proposal. I think it's wrong in so many ways. And I hope you hear that. I also wrote, you know, to the planning board as well in an email, but I wanted to voice my opinion that to me, this is not just an immediate issue. This is a 10-year issue. If we're making zoning changes now in open space, what is it going to look like in other areas? We're just automatically going to change based on the need of a developer. You know, behind me, I live at 9 Oak Glen. If you follow that green line all the way out to where Martin was saying earlier, that does hit my property eventually. I know that the luminous will be very small, but I still be able to see the light. On top of that, we know that there's a developer coming in and potentially changing the zoning. They're going to be taking down trees. They're going to be putting a lot more residents out there. It's going to affect the community. This is a bad idea. And I just wanted to voice my concerns. Thanks, everybody. It's good to see you, Deb.
Thank you, Marshall. So with that, I think we'll turn over the public comment aspect to the written comments have been received via email. I guess I would ask, looks like we have one more. We have Rob's iPhone, and then we're going to go to the written comment. I apologize, everyone. I know everyone wants to have a chance to be heard. After Rob, let's go to the written comment, please. Looks like you guys are still muted.
Hi, how you doing?
I don't want to be on.
How are you?
Gotcha. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's Rob Altieri from Three Deer Run, and my wife and I moved in 2 years ago. So forgive me if I'm new to all this. I might need a civics lesson, but I just wanted to be said that I think the last two gentlemen who spoke, I think pretty much echoed what our sentiments are. I wasn't, or we weren't privy to the discussions earlier about, what we get as a quid pro quo for this. The negotiations are, I don't know if they were public or there were hearings about them. We moved in 2 years ago and we weren't really aware of any of this. So yeah, I think it is important. I think it's thinking long term is important. I think being short-sighted is something that we suffer from in this country in general, and I want to stay away from that. And I think that we need to, to consider the use of public lands. I think if we are going to go through with any of this, then the gentleman who was speaking about it being changed in perpetuity and remaining with the zoning, with the variance for this one time, I think that should be in writing before we sign anything else. I wouldn't like that to languish and then someone else come in with another deal and sign up and get anything else added to that in the meantime. I think that would be a mistake. I understand, I've run small businesses. I understand the business side of it and I get it. And I understand that no one's excited about extra advertising. I just think that, we're bombarded by advertising all the time in our lives. I don't think we need to be, rushing to add more to our public spaces. So I would just leave it at that. Appreciate it. Yeah. So
thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Zach, if I may.
I'm sorry. Is that you, Thaddeus?
It is.
Yeah, just 1 second. I was actually thinking, I tried to just run through the chat real quickly to make sure there weren't any emergencies, any major questions. Clearly, there's been some discussion back and forth, and we appreciate that. The one thing I thought might be helpful, Thaddeus, if you could, so clearly there was some initial applications that were made. There's an alternative now that's been proposed, a different location, a different type of sign. I think there's some confusion as to what was originally proposed versus what is proposed now. Could you just clarify very quickly what was proposed originally and what is proposed now, and sort of, I'll say, the accounting of what signs where, just to clarify, because I think there is some confusion as to sort of what was before and what's now.
Yeah, if I could take what's been a lengthy process and somewhat summarize it. The discussions with this municipality commenced almost a half a decade ago. And there was a variety of concepts that were put forth. One of them included a pedestrian bridge over the Chester Valley Trail that had 2 displays integrated into it. The conversations evolved over time. The municipality has an ordinance. That ordinance at the time allowed for monopole outdoor advertising sign structures along Route 30. That ordinance, according to Mr. McGrory, has been since modified. We made application conforming to all the provisions in that ordinance for 3 locations along Route 30. There are still other signs along Route 30, even since that ordinance has been modified, that can be built, whether it's 2 additional signs or 3 additional signs. We've been trying to do that analysis here this evening across the table while this evening has been unfolding. So what the board did in this municipality was actually the inverse of what a lot of people are saying. It was actually quite forward thinking. The board said to us, go to the public and what does the public want to see happen? So in the midst of our application for the 3 locations on Route 30, we held a public information session that was well attended. Much of the feedback that came from those people that attended at that time was, we have a highway running through our community. Why do we have a district that allows billboards and it's not on the highway? Why is it in the center of the community? Okay. So the board deciding to say, hey, we're going to take this ordinance we have that allows monopole billboards, something that's more appropriate for a highway, and we're going to get it off of the center of our district and zone it into the highway. That's a forward-thinking decision, not a reactive thinking decision, okay? The second thing that the board did say, recognizing the fact that we have the 3 applications along Route 30, is what, if anything, has to be built along Route 30 can be done that's architecturally more relevant and more unique to our township to than just a monopole sign structure. And that's wherein the concept of constructing a monument sign with a significant sensitivity to reducing the overall height of the structure, with a sensitivity to reducing the square footage of the visual communication technology, for including municipal identification, for requiring that it be used as a public communication platform, okay, was taken into consideration. And we're left with the design that was created through a collaborative process. Then on top of that, as a forward-thinking step that the municipality took was, well, if it's got to be moved to 202, then how can we, the board, be good stewards of the taxpayers and ensure that a private property owner isn't generating the revenue from the sign, but rather the municipality is generating the revenue from the sign? And then on top of that, where can we put the sign and how can we place the sign with what type of technology so that residents don't see it? And a whole analysis went through location and height and type of technology for it to be used. So these ordinances and this settlement agreement is the byproduct of a lot of years of discussion in not only taking in the resident feedback, but maximizing revenue for the community, coming up with a design that's contextually appropriate for the municipality, and placement of sign structures that belong on a highway as compared to something else. We deal in a lot of municipalities. 2020 marked the completion of our 100th project in 2 separate states. We know the difference when a municipality is operating reactive and very forward-looking. And this has been very much a forward-looking analysis. Our perspective is it's easier, it's cheaper, it's less aggravation for us to finish off the 3 monopoles along Route 30. We've been at this now a half a decade, which is very considerable in our line of business. And we're completely happy building those sign structures. But we agreed to work in a collaborative process to create an outcome that the board thought was better for the community. And that's the manifestation of what's before the Planning Commission this evening for consideration.
All right, thank you for that summary, Thaddeus. I'm going to move to the public comment via email. This time, I think there's a number of them. So ask that people remain patient as we read through. If there's someone who's sort of already made a comment on the meeting tonight and has also submitted a public comment via email, if you wouldn't mind just chiming in as to whether or not you'd like this email to be read or if your existing comments stand. Might just help to kind of streamline things a bit. So put that out as an option. Brittany, if you wouldn't mind sort of running through those from the email comments.
Yep. I'm going to read them in no particular order. I apologize for my pronunciation of anybody's names. We have in from Ann Bell at 7 Mill Lane. I was at the public meeting at the Desmond when the placement of electronic billboards along Route 30 was discussed. It was clear at that meeting that the public was not in favor of electronic billboards, period. It was also clear that what the billboard company really wanted was to put them along 202, preferably on township property. The township would get to put a message on the billboard and would be paid. Land that can't be built on is perfect for open space. Rezoning to call it OBP to put billboards on it contaminates it. The land is adjacent to the township campus, the East Whiteland Trailhead of the Chester Valley Trail, and the Ecology Park, and is seen as people approach these. There's access to Valley Creek there. It should be open space, real open space, without billboards looming overhead. Have you seen the electronic billboard along the turnpike traveling east between Morgantown and Downingtown? a great big TV screen in the sky, complete pollution of the landscape. It doesn't belong there. They don't belong anywhere but Las Vegas and Times Square where they fit the environment. They don't even serve a real informational purpose anywhere when information is available to all on their phones. I hear at township meetings that East Whiteland is trying to create a better impression to become a better place, but the actions under consideration at township meetings tell another story. Rezoning a polluted landfill for high density housing, rezoning open space to put up electronic billboards. How can these things possibly be considered improvements? At that public meeting about electronic billboards at the Desmond, a man behind me muttered, "They target townships where zoning is weak." The message East Whiteland will be sending with electronic billboards is loud and clear. Bring your ugliness here. We just don't care. The next public comment is from Stephen Preble. Dear East Whiteland supervisors, I understand that a request to rezone the Ecology Park from open space to a professional office at the Planning Commission meeting to be held on Tuesday, December 15th at 7 p.m. I'm not in favor of this rezoning. There's currently inadequate green space in the township as is, and this request will further reduce the open space. Furthermore, the intersection between Mill Lane and Route 401 is dangerous enough without increasing traffic for professional offices. As is, this crossing is not open to pedestrian traffic to cross over to get to the hiking trail. I further understand that changing the zoning would allow for the installation of electronic billboards, which I fervently oppose. This will become a nuisance for our neighborhood and a distraction to drivers on both Route 401 and 202. Having these billboards close to our firehouse will add to the detriment of the safety of our firefighters and rescue personnel. I understand that the reason for modifying the zoning is to provide additional revenue, but I would rather pay higher taxes than change the zoning. Please vote to reject this rezone. The next one is from Mark Zagowski. Mark, I believe you had a chance to speak. Would you like me to read your emailed in public comment?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, I'm writing this to strongly oppose the rezoning of the 18-acre Ecology Park. We've been overdeveloped for years and the township needs to protect the East Whiteland residents and land. The beneficial use is to keep it open, pure, and safe, not a revenue generating scheme for those who want it developed. The township is here to serve the residents, not developers. Who does the township work for? Thank you and take care. The next comment is from Tamara Hoffritz. Dear Scott, Rich, and Sue, I'm writing with huge concerns about the request to rezone the Ecology Park from open space to professional office space. That will be discussed tomorrow night at the Planning Commission meeting. I strongly oppose rezoning and request that you reject this request. I'm very concerned about the impact this could have on our neighborhood as we access the Trester Valley Trail. My children are student athletes and there are a number of Great Valley student athletic teams that run along this intersection. It is dangerous enough in its present condition to add to the traffic and density in this region is unacceptable. Additionally, rezoning would allow for proposals of electronic billboards. These will impact safety and quality of life in our neighborhoods related to distracted driving, light issues, safe movements for our firefighters and area police. I strongly oppose this zoning change request and would rather pay higher taxes than consider this as a funding option for our township. Please vote to reject this request to rezone. Next up, we have a comment from Julie Bennett. We live in the area and enjoy the open space on Route 401. There are many neighborhoods around that area that utilize the open space. The open space. We do not want a huge lighted billboard polluting our air and streaming into our homes. East Whiteland Township has already cleared out numerous lots to allow too much building in the area that has increased noise pollution in that same area. Please do not rezone this area. Thank you. Next is a comment from Carla Zambali. Dear Planning Commission, I and others have grave concerns about the zoning change on the agenda under Article 13 signs I found listed under recently proposed and adopted ordinances. She's referencing on our township website. It is common practice for municipalities to decide that certain areas, like along the sides of highways, as the places for electronic signs or billboards, even if residents do not want their ugliness and potential environmental and health issues, along with aesthetics and other things they do not to said areas. However, it is not common practice to rezone open space or parkland to anything other than its original purpose. As a matter of fact, people will fight that. Zoning does not exist in a vacuum, so if this change were allowed, it could affect any area of the township where there is open space at any time. Open space means parks and trails and preserving the area the way it used to be before development ran it over. Open space means trying to maintain an environment that will last for all of us and future generations. Did our township solicitor mention he is also the solicitor of Upper Marion Township, that there is a proposed zoning change going on there that is actually rather similar, except there would also affect places like a park called Bob White, as well as other open space locations, or that they also are experiencing the attention of the same billboard company. Do none of you remember the whole situation at Downingtown's Cardone Park a few years ago that went to PA Supreme Court? It was all about open space, parkland becoming something else via zoning tweaks, etc. Wasn't it? It's not the exact scenario, but this is a valid legal precedent that would mean this township could face potential litigation that could be quite costly, which would affect residents and taxpayers. For open space that has been set aside as such, and parks, there are these pesky things in Pennsylvania, like the Donated and Dedicated Property Act, the Public Trust Doctrine, and our own Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 1, Section 27. Again, do not rezone any open space to professional office zoning. If this occurs, there is nothing in place to keep any land open space or a park, etc. And with regard to billboards, Alaska, Hawaii, Vermont, and Maine don't allow them at all, and everyone survives just fine. Food for thought, since in my opinion, these things aren't jammed into communities for benefits of residents, but rather are only erected to line the pockets of the billboard company owners. The optics on this and the potential future repercussions are not good. One of the things I have noticed on this township since I moved here is a lot of times it is counted on the residents, and neighboring residents will do nothing. I don't know that this is going to be the case here, so please don't just pass this through. Say no. Thank you, Carla Mudry. We have a comment from Cindy Tang. Supervisors, we are vehemently opposed to the proposed rezoning of Ecology Park from open space to professional office. East Whiteland Township already lacks open space. Please leave it the way it is. Also, the Mill Lane and Route 401 intersection is busy and dangerous, especially with people and bicyclists crossing to get to the trail. A professional office complex would only create more traffic and danger zones to pedestrians who walk through there. And we understand that this proposed zoning change would also allow developers to install electronic billboards. We are vehemently opposed to that as well. This would become an eyesore in a residential area and a distraction to drivers on Route 401 and Route 202. As elected supervisors, you should look at the best interests of the community and the people who voted for you. Developers rarely care what local residents think. For them, it's all about the money. Enough is enough. Keep this parcel as open space and stop bowing to developers' demands. We residents have endured enough development. We do not need any more, especially in the Route 401 Mill Road area. Sincerely, Ralph and Cindy Tang. Our next message is from Chelsea Jacobs, the Jacobs family. We are residents at 150 Conestoga Road, right near where the proposed zoning and billboard changes would occur. As nearby residents, we we are strongly opposed to a bright electronic billboard in our town. We moved here in 2013 after falling in love with the area and are currently raising our 2 young sons. We feel as though these signs do not fit with the town and are extremely concerned with how change could affect our community. Additionally, we do not feel it is appropriate to rezone any open space along the 401 or 202 interchange to allow for billboard signage. Such changes would affect numerous residents and impact the local open space, including Ecology Park and the Chester Valley Trail, both of which our family utilizes. We really hope you understand our concerns and take this consideration. Thank you, the Jacobs family. Our next email is from Christina Alteri. Good evening. I'm writing to wholeheartedly object the use of digital billboards in our area. Not only would these eyesores absolutely diminish the aesthetic values of which we take pride in our community, but also effectively depreciate the value of our neighborhoods. 202 is enough of an issue as far as noise goes in my neighborhood, but we tolerate it because of the beautiful and peaceful surroundings. I would hate to look out my window and see the hills illuminated by advertisements. At the end of the day, put simply, digital billboards are trashy and do not belong in the suburbs, highway or not. Next comment is from Angie McClusker. Good evening. We are writing to express our opposition to the proposed rezoning of Ecology Park. We have very little open space left in our community, and as residents, we are saddened to see all the unnecessary development. It is widely believed that this rezoning would allow for the placement of electronic billboards in this area. Another proposal we are absolutely not in favor of, as we would prefer to keep the look and feel of this part of East Whiteland Township as is. Thank you. We thank you in advance for rejecting the idea. Angie and Gary McClusker. Next up, I have a comment from Marshall Hoffritz. Marshall, you had a chance to speak. Would you like me to read your public comment?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Marshall says, good evening, everyone. I request that the township review the proposed location for signs in a zoned open space location. A better, more suitable location needs to be identified. The proposed location is not near any areas of commercial value. While I disagree with the signage as a whole and believe we should fight this, it would be better served in an area closer to Worthington or Exton. This is a dangerous proposition to continue to allow the remaining slivers of open space in our township to be rezoned and developed. We as residents of the township have repeatedly asked to maintain our open space. Not much is left, and you were elected to represent our views and concerns. Please do the right thing by residents of East Whiteland Township. Illuminated boards are eyesores and distract drivers in our residential areas and should not be added to this area or developed near a crossroad for the Chester Valley Trail. It is unsafe and reduces the aesthetic of our area. Another example of our overdevelopment of our area and bullying of developers towards our township. Stand up and do the right thing. Next comment is from Doug Atlas. We oppose allowing the rezoning of this. We need to preserve whatever open space we have left and also avoid eyesore billboards. We have a public comment from George Sabo. George, I believe you got to speak as well. Would you like me to read your public comment you emailed in? Might not be there anymore. I will read it. George Sabo wrote in, why do both parcels need to be changed? And what about the proposed development at the Knickerbocker site? Won't they be able to see it? Next up, we have Laura Cresholm. Good evening. My family and I are watching the current Planning Commission meeting and are disappointed that the commission is considering digital signs anywhere in the region, either on Lancaster or Route 202. They're terrible for the community because they are distracting for drivers. We don't need any more light pollution than we already have, and open skies are why we moved this year. When we Visit other areas that have signs. The areas seem economically depressed and do not foster a sense of pride or encourage additional investment. This will be a detriment to our property values. Please vote against this and all other electronic billboards. Sincerely, Laura and her family, Joshua Alma and James Grisholm. We had public comment from Kim Phelps. He asks, will public safety have access to billboards during an emergency situation? And will Catalyst donate trees to those being removed from the proposed site on Route 202? We have comment from Brian and Kristen Thomas. Is there proof that it won't cause more sound disturbance? The Oak Glen side of 202 does not have any sound barriers, which travel up the hill and is very loud in the neighborhood and along lap road. Brian and Kristen Thomas also asked, can you explain why we are being forced to choose between Route 30 and Route 202 versus no electronic signs in the township at all? Residents do not want electronic signs anywhere in the township. What is the benefit for residents? Next, we have a comment from Ken Bigelow. Dear board, my name is Ken Bigelow and I am a resident of Mill Creek Lane. At my residence, I can see the sound barriers, which based on tonight's conversation are shorter than the proposed sign displays. I have strong concerns that these structures would be even more visible from my residence. This is a sight and light pollution that I am not comfortable with as a 20-year resident of East Whiteland. This area has already experienced drastic expansion and development. At this time of our home purchase, there were no traffic lights on 401. Thank you. Next up, we have a comment from Chris Ireland. Mr. Ireland, would you like me to read your public comment?
Yes, please. It's brief.
Yes. Why are we even talking about eliminating open space in our township for the sake of advertising? As someone who has lived in Chester County his entire life, it is deplorable how we have given up almost all open space in the township and county. This space needs to be protected. That was from Chris Ireland. Next up, we have a message from Josh Grisholm. Dear Planning Commission, thank you for hosting this meeting and for giving us an opportunity to voice our thoughts on this matter. My family and I are opposed to these signs for a number of reasons. I find them highly distracting as a driver. The constant light will only make our current light pollution worse, and I find communities with so much signage to be not as welcoming or inviting. When I heard murmurings of this issue a while back, I had hoped it was just a passing idea. It is upsetting to see that it's a possibility. Please vote against this and all electronic billboards moving forward. Kindly, Josh Grisholm. Another comment from George Sabo. So there is not any advertisement on the monument. I believe that was covered. A comment from Stephanie Gunderson of Morris Lane. I'm not in support of any of these billboards. If we are required to allow them, please put them where they will get the fewest views as possible. This is a visual pollution. I also don't want a monument. I don't care how much money they pour into it. I plan to boycott whatever they advertise. In addition to Mr. Ken Bigelow's comment from earlier, he has another one. In addition to my earlier comment, I would like to add my support for Barbara Ann Thave's comment regarding open space. We as a community should not be reducing open space, referring to Ecology Park, for the purposes of commercial building. While it will still be a park, a significant structure would change the enjoyment of the space. Thank you, Ken Bigelow. Public comment from Kim Banks. Hello, Planning Commission and Board. We do not view billboards as desirable in this town, especially digital billboards that light up the sky at all times of day and night. The Ecology Park is in the general area of Mill Lane and the Rubino Tract. The nearby residents deserve a break from all these proposals for building, rezoning, and billboards. Please consider voting against this proposal. Thank you. Sincerely, Kim Banks. Comment from Brian and Kristen Thomas. We can see the red light at Route 29 and Sweetsford Road from the hilltop on Oak Glen. That is a much further distance. We would see this sign. Public comment from Donna Scheid. Hi, I am hoping that electronic signs will not begin to pop up in East Whiteland Township. We have a beautiful township with many wonderful natural features. Electronic signs will take away from the beauty of our area. Thank you for considering my opinion, Donna Scheid. A comment from Julie Bennett. I agree with Mr. Caban. Why is the board bending to Catalyst at this time? It appears they are holding the township hostage and none of the locations are clearing the residential ordinance. I'm not sure why the sign would not go down by Vanguard and industrial areas instead of a heavily residential area. I'm against rezoning of this area for a lighted billboard. Our open space should not be compromised. Thank you, Julie Bennett. Another comment from Brian and Kristen Thomas. While this side of Ecology Park does not offer parking or clearly marked trails, it is frequented by fishermen and fly fishermen. It is a valued and protected catch and release stream filled with brown trout. I doubt that the fishermen want to stand beneath an electronic sign while fishing. The sign diminishes the quality of the park and the open space within the township. We have little open space that is usable by all residents. We should protect it, not put large billboard signs on it. The next comment is from Chris Ortolano. To whom it may concern, please do not put any more of those hideous, obnoxiously bright electronic signs along Lancaster Ave or Route 202. Let's keep Chester County beautiful and not turn it into Delco Jr. Thanks for the consideration, Chris Ortolano. A question from Tim Phelps. Does Catalyst lease the space from the township if 202 location is selected? If the 202 site is rezoned and if Catalyst abandons the site in the future, does the site revert back to the municipalities? A comment from Carrie Kokkonen. Hello, I would like to voice my opinion against any zoning changes to allow any additional signage or billboards, electronic or otherwise. I'm not sure why we as a township continue to entertain these requests and applications and would love to see the township end this once and for all. There is no benefit to anyone in the township. This feels like a waste of time and effort overall. Thank you for listening to the citizens of the township. Kind regards, Carrie Kokkonen. Next message is from Lindsay Felch. I've been watching the meeting tonight and I'm horrified that you are even considering putting electronic billboards on 202. We don't need this. We don't want it. There's no benefit, only detriment. Ugly commercialism. Why do we want to look like the worst of America's roads? Clutter, visual distraction. Enough is enough. Rezoning open space to accommodate a commercial outfit is wrong. The corporate center behind me has changed their light to LED and are on all night. Oh, I'm sorry, has changed their light to LED and are on all night. Now with the leaves down, I have to raise my hand up while walking on my property. It is blinding. The company below me has the lights on all night, not as bright, but still there. Light pollution is becoming as bad as sound pollution from 202. Stop the blight. Lindsay Felch. Next message is from Mike Joy. Good evening. Adding to the commission's consideration, my disapproval of the proposal for a billboard at Route 202 in East Whiteland, as well as never rezoning any open space. Thank you, Mike Joy. Next comment is from Carol Rapp. Could someone please explain why we can't just say no to both options? Why are we locked into one or the other? Electronic signs are an incredible eyesore and ruin the landscape. I can't believe you are even entertaining rezoning Ecology Park. Thank you, Carol Rapp. Next comment is from Brian Brook. Opposed to rezoning. Many of the points I would have made have been made thus far. I'm glad to hear that development of professional office is not an option here due to the conditions of the site and the covenant that would be drafted. The rezoning is just to achieve the signs. However, the introduction of these signs degrades the value of Ecology Park, which is a scarce and shared resource for all residents near and far of the township. I think we've finally gotten to the bottom of the benefit for East Whiteland, which is financial. We haven't discussed the financials, but in general terms, I think the cost far outweighs the benefits. I'm not aware of a revenue shortage driving the need for this new blight. Sadly, it seems like this is which site issue. Route 30 versus Route 202 versus a one sign versus no sign issue. Brian Brook. The next comment is from Tony Donovan. Dear Planning Commission, for the safety of our residents, especially for our children playing around the Chester Valley Trail, and for our emergency and first responders, I request that you reject this rezoning request. Thank you, Tony Donovan. Next up, we have Brian and Kristen Thomas. I wrote in with several questions and statements after listening at length to the discussion, and I asked the board to please vote against the rezoning. Thank you, Kristen Thomas. And that concludes any comments I received via email.
At this point, I'd like to make a general comment to the public. It's not a choice of whether East Whiteland wants billboards or they don't want billboards. They're legally required to provide some area in the township for billboards. That's state law. We didn't write it. We may not like it, but we have to follow it. Just like any other land use, we have to provide a certain area in the township where they're permitted. Now with that, I would recommend that we hear a brief statement from Thaddeus and then the Planning Commission entertain a vote.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to address some of the comments and some of the statements that were made and some of the specific points. The locations along Lancaster Avenue and the reason how they came to be is that's what the ordinance provided. And we made application under that ordinance conforming to the ordinance. The alternative that you see here today has been the byproduct of lengthy discussions with the board on what the township feels is a better alternative in satisfying the obligation that the municipality has to allow outdoor advertising within the community, as Mr. McGrory alluded to, on a limited access roadway, because that's contextually where billboards are most appropriate. There was a question regarding trees. We would be happy to plant 2 trees for every single tree that we have to remove for the purposes of our installation. And in fact, when it comes to the installation of the monument and the landscaping plan that we put forth, it would have a significant number of large mature trees that would be planted as an additional buffer along the back of it. The question has been posed in the comments that Brittany had read as to what's the benefit to the municipality. Well, the benefit to the municipality out of the settlement that's proposed is it takes the ordinance off of Route 30. The ordinance that today, in addition to the 3 locations we have, we believe would permit another 2 or possibly 3 locations. So it reduces the amount of signs and potential signs that would exist on Route 30, and it moves them to a highway, an area of the highway where there isn't any other immediate residential density in the immediate vicinity. The second thing it does is it creates a revenue stream for the municipality. That revenue stream over the life of the lease is approximately $2 million. It's paid out in monthly amounts with annual increases over the life of the lease. It's not insignificant. The concern as it relates to open space and diminishing open space and the loss of open space in the county, there's over 142,000 acres of open space in Chester County. That totals just under 29% of the entire county. There was 2,400 acres that were added this year. I know this because I'm personally involved in the expansion of open space in Chester County, and I'm a resident in Chester County. The succinct way of concluding this is we can continue with the application that conforms to your ordinance on Route 30, but the township spent a lot of time coming up with this alternative and believes that this alternative is better for the community from a whole variety of perspectives. I would concur with their assessment that this alternative builds an architecturally meaningful monument. It creates a communication platform for the township to use. It generates revenue for the township. It moves billboards to a highway where they belong. And it changes the ordinance to prevent any additional signs on Route 30. If the Planning Commission feels that way, that's fine. If the Planning Commission doesn't agree with those changes and feels that the current ordinance that would allow the 3 signs that we have pending, plus another 2, maybe a 3rd sign along Route 30, that's okay too. But those are the two options that have been put forth, and the board has put an extensive amount of time in coming to this conclusion. It's been lengthy. We've been at this for a half a decade at this point. It's been well thought out from a variety of perspectives. And I appreciate the opportunity tonight for the Planning Commission to be here. I appreciate the questions and comments that have come from the public. As always, to the Planning Commission and to Mr. McGrory and to Mr. Barner, who's been involved in these discussions, we've continued to work with the municipality in good faith to come to whatever the conclusion is that the township feels is in the best interest of the community and the residents as a whole. Thank you.
So Deb, at this point, the Planning Commission should take action on the zoning amendment. And the action would be to either recommend approval, recommend denial, or you have the ability to take no action if you so desire. The law only requires that you review it within 30 days from the scheduled hearing and possible passage of the ordinance. With reference to the settlement agreement, I would prefer that you vote to approve or deny it, or recommend approval or denial, but there's no legal obligation for you to even review it or consider it or do anything with it. It was supplied primarily as a courtesy to the Planning Commission and a way to make the public more aware of what the total deal is between the township and this billboard company, so that they can grasp the whole significance of the entire picture. But there's no obligation for you to take any action on the settlement agreement unless you so choose to. So with that, we'll hand it back to you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Joe. And thank you everyone for your comments and your input. This is obviously a very important recommendation or whatever we decide to do tonight. And I think we just have to have a discussion here. And with that, I'm just going to start with my personal opinion as a resident of this township and chair of the Planning Commission. I hear all the concerns about digital billboards. And for those of you who are here from the very beginning of the discussion, you heard me say that it was what is the lesser of two evils, which the applicant became offended upon, and I apologize for. But I think that my personal opinion is less is more. I understood why this agreement was crafted to protect the township from having multiple signs in the township. I also understand the concerns of having a sign on 202. So this is a very difficult thing to work out, and I think it's going to come down to a no-win situation either way. It seems like we're going to have signs. Having no signs is not an option. We just have to figure out which has the least impact on the residents of this township. So can I hear some comments from some of the other board members?
Zach, can I ask a question?
Did you say Zach? I'm sorry.
Zach, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of concern about access to the open space I've heard from the residents on the eastern side of Mill Road there for that section of Ecology Park. Will that be preserved? Will residents be continued to have free access to that area even if the sign is put down in the corner?
Yeah, there's no intended change to the policies, the access, or anything related to that. Simply the presence of an off-premise sign. So there'll be no change to who's allowed to access it, when, or how.
And is there a sense of whether or not the construction of the sign at that location would require any additional, roadway or pathway to be built into the park, and how is that going to be remediated once the sign's complete? Will it have to stay for maintenance?
Yeah, so generally, I think it's probably a good idea to have an access road to be able to access the property and do maintenance as needed. There is an existing road.
There's a small path, right?
There is, yeah, and it is accessible by vehicle. I've driven a car on it, only to get sort of the lay of the land back there. So normally I would say, that's probably something we'd want to see on any site, but there is an existing one there. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yes, there would need to be access provided to that in order to maintain it as needed.
Okay. I assume there would, so.
Other board members, somebody want to speak up?
I'll pipe in. I'll follow you and say that I agree with pretty much what you just said, Debbie. But I would want to make sure. So my opinion is that the 202 and the monument on Route 30 is a much better plan than having 3 gigantic pole billboards up and down Route 30. I think the impact to the residents in the township as a whole on Route 30 is much worse. Having said that, I would only support any change if there was definitely a covenant that ran with the land on the open space, that it would remain open, at least, from the sense of not necessarily being zoned as open space, but it would be open space into perpetuity just through the covenant. So that's my opinion.
Thanks, Jeff.
I agree with Jeff. So I think that polled electronic or digital billboards on 30 would be have more of an impact on the safety on Route 30 just because of the nature of that road. So I'm in favor of the what you and both Jeff have agreed to.
This is Peter, if I may say, I would prefer less billboards than more, and the alternative of having one on 202 and on 30 seems the better choice. So I would agree with Jeff, Deborah, and Todd.
Peter? Tim or John?
Yes, Deb, can I ask a question to Claudia?
Sure.
So can the angle of the light on the north side be refined?
One second, Tim. I just want to make sure everyone's able to hear you. Is there something obstructing your microphone? Maybe I just want to make sure that both Thaddeus and the members of the public are able to hear.
Can you hear it now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, thanks. Is it able to refine are you able to refine the angle on the north side to increase the, I should say, to bring it closer to 202?
So changing the angle of the sign face viewable to traffic traveling south?
No. So how you describe the lenses, where the lenses were pulled inside the, like on the south side, it almost looks like the light is parallel to 202.
Okay.
So would you be able to decrease that angle on the north side to bring it obviously you can't make it parallel to 202, but bring it as close to 202 as possible?
Reduce the impact on the residents who live north of 202 there, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, so we can't adjust the 60 degrees, which is the total angle that it is viewable in, but we can change the angle, if you kind of get my hands here, of the 60 degrees. So if we move it on one side to create more reduction in visibility, it's going to expand it on the other side. So we're perfectly happy within reason to orient that 60-degree angle in any placement that the board feels is best, we'd be willing to do that.
All right, and then one other question, and this is, would you consider doing any sort of park enhancements? A lot of people are talking about the ecological park during the construction phase, and I, to be honest, it's been a long time since I've been down to that park, so I can't really say what condition it's in, but I know you're already doing the monument, but or considering the monument, but anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, look, we'd be happy to aesthetically and functionally contribute to anything surrounding the installation of the monopole and the base of the monopole and in that vicinity. I said tonight earlier, and I'll say it again, we'll agree to plant 2 trees for every 1 tree that has to come down. If the township wants to see them planted in that same vicinity, we can do that. We can plant them someplace else. So yeah, we're happy to do that while we're there and on site.
Okay, thank you.
John Lomer here. Would it be appropriate for me to speak now?
Yes, John, you're the last one.
Well, it's been a lot to listen to, and my sentiment is that the fewer digital signs in the world, the better. But I don't get to be king of the world. So what I like about the situation that we've headed ourselves into is that we have now negotiated a zoning, I guess you call it a settlement right now, but it will become, in effect, the zoning that covers Route 30. It keeps them to a minimum. That's a really important outcome. So I concur with the previous speakers from the Planning Commission that, as proposed, this is the best choice, rather than have 9 or 10 or 15 new digital billboards on Route 30. I think it would be a race to the bottom if we don't do something. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, John. Well, we can put a motion on the floor, or if somebody wants to make a motion, or, you know, I'd like to know if you guys would like to take a vote or not. And before we do that, I was wondering, Joe, could you do me a favor and maybe just one more time, just explain to the residents, I think the consensus is there's a lot of residents that think that we don't have to have any billboards here. And they think that this doesn't have to happen at all, and that we can just say no. So can you just maybe give us the, I guess, the short version, the legal reasons why we have to have billboards somewhere?
Yes, in Pennsylvania, every legitimate land use is required to be accounted for in your zoning ordinance, and that you provide a reasonable, if you call it fair share, amount of property to perform that legitimate land use. In Pennsylvania, billboards have been recognized by the courts as a legitimate land use, which requires townships to put in their zoning ordinances places where billboards are allowed. So every township has to have a place where billboards are allowed. If the zoning ordinance does not permit a place where billboards are allowed, then the billboard companies can put them anywhere they want, any size they want, any dimension on any piece of property they want. So our zoning ordinance permitted billboards because boards that came before the current board decided Route 30 was an appropriate place to put billboards. And our ordinance was written to accommodate billboards on Route 30. This applicant took advantage of our ordinance. I shouldn't say take advantage. He utilized our ordinance to come in with 3 applications for billboards on Route 30. And there was a groundswell of opposition. In reaction to that groundswell of opposition, the township started entertaining discussions with the billboard company to look at alternative sites that may have less of an impact on the residents. And this is what the negotiations have led to. So it's, that's it in a nutshell. You can't just say, I don't like billboards and you don't get them. You're legally required to have an area where you permit billboards. Does that answer your question, Deb?
Yes, thanks for that. And Thaddeus, or, well, actually, I'm not sure, Thaddeus or Zach, tell us again why this particular location on 202 is the only place it can go.
You can take a crack at it, Zach, if you'd like, or you can.
Sure, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and I'll gladly fill in with any other sort of commentary if need be.
There's a multitude of considerations. One consideration is you do need the underlying zoning to have some commercial or industrial designation, hence why you see the zoning change here. Second thing is this location, given its proximity to the professional office that is to the south on 202 and opposite side to the Knickerbocker track, which is heavily wooded, and using that light mitigating technology, we could fit the sign in and not have immediate residential within the view shed of the sign faces itself. The next reason is PennDOT and the FHWA requires that all outdoor advertising signs be located outside a distance of 500 feet from the ingress or egress of a limited access roadway. As we're all familiar from driving 202, there is a considerable number of ramps that exist within the municipality. Moreover, those ramps are extremely lengthy because this is a relatively new highway construction. So that blocks out large swaths of land. Namely, some people had mentioned tonight putting this sign down by Worthington. There is, given the confluence of ramps in Worthington, there is no place that you could put an outdoor advertising sign anywhere remotely close to Worthington along the corridor of 202 and receive a PennDOT permit. The number of parcels that fit the PennDOT criteria were extremely limiting. And this parcel was the most logical when you looked at the effect it would have, the effect the use would have on other parcels given topography, neighboring uses, the light mitigating technology, and the tree cover.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, board members, what would you like to do?
Deb, can I just say something before
Sure.
we make a motion?
Absolutely.
I hear all the residents. I'm a resident. I don't like the idea of electronic billboards. But I've been on the planning commission for a while. And when this application came forward for 3 billboards along Route 30, we heard the residents on Old Lancaster Road and Village Way and the businesses along Route 30, and there's extreme opposition to this. I think the settlement is the best we can make of this scenario. The alternative is for me to say, go ahead, put your billboards up on Route 30 and let all of the residents who are aggrieved by this and adjacent structures maintain their party status, hire attorneys, and fight it out in court. And then I think that would be a bad option for them, an expensive option. So I'm going to advance a motion that the Planning Commission approve the recommend approval to the board of the settlement agreement.
Do we have a second?
Second, this is Tim Kelly.
I would suggest that we add the caveat regarding the restrictions on the property.
Well, that was just the settlement agreement. That motion was only the settlement agreement.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We have 2 motions to make. One is for the settlement agreement and one is for the ordinance change.
No problem.
Which is where that'll be covered. Okay, so Tim is a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That was Tim,
Jeff.
Todd, Dante, John,
Jeff.
Jeff. So it's just John?
Peter
I'm
says
sorry.
thumbs up.
I'm sorry, it was muted. Yes, aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Now, on the rezoning request, you really can't condition that. So I would just vote on the zoning request, and as long as it's okay with my Board of Supervisors, I'll start drafting a covenant to maintain the property in perpetuity as open space. And I am curious as to what Thaddeus can do to beautify the property. And I'd like to hear in relatively short order from the Park and Rec Committee what they have in mind that he could do while he's out there and building his sign. So they're the two open items that I need some input on before the board has their hearing next month. But as far as it concerns the Planning Commission, it's just a vote to recommend or not recommend the zoning ordinance.
Thanks for clarifying that, Joe.
Joe, I will bring forth to Steve the fact that we need to put some things together for the park.
Yeah, but I keep in mind that we've already negotiated the transaction. So be mindful of that. But if there is something that he can do out there while he's out there, let us know what your thoughts are on it.
Okay, and I think it would be important to get in writing about the trees and about the covenant. Thank you.
I don't know what writing we could do to solidify that, but we'll give that some thought.
Okay.
Joe, we can put the trees in the lease agreement.
All right, let's amend the lease agreement for the trees, and whatever the park committee comes up with, if it's satisfactory to you, we'll put that in the lease also.
Agreed.
And then the covenant's just the township. That has nothing to do with that either.
Thaddeus, I have one last question for you. Based on
Yes.
based on the questions that are being asked by the public, can you explain why digital billboards are I guess the most popular today? I mean, is it just something that the old style ones are just not desirable? Is it about how much advertising dollar you get for digital? I don't know. Tell me, what is it?
There's, to give you some numbers, the actual implementation of digital outdoor in the United States is a fraction of traditional. There's 16,000 outdoor advertising signs in the state of Pennsylvania. And when we say signs, we're talking about sign faces. And of those sign faces, roughly 300 of them, 350 of them right now are digital. It's driven by the fact that historically signs have been zoned based upon the classification on the message that they disseminate. So there's on-premise messaging for on-premise signs, there's civic signs, there's religious signs, there's off-premise signs. And so with the advent of the ability of this changeable copy technology, it's the ability to take what was a single faceted communication platform, something that was approved just for one specific narrow use, and turn it into a full functioning communication platform. So municipalities with new builds have gravitated towards digital because they have the added benefit of being able to use it to disseminate their own messaging to people in their community. And nonprofits have the ability to use it, and first responders have the ability to use it for emergency messaging. And on top of it, we could do things like Amber Alerts and FBI's Most Wanted and provide a civic use. So there's been a push from the municipal end of it. The other thing that exists is there's very little maintenance that exists with a digital sign, and that may sound counterintuitive, But with a static sign, you have to physically print a vinyl. You have to ship that vinyl. You have to get it on a truck. You have to drive it to the site. Somebody has to climb the pole and somebody has to change the vinyl, right? And by the way, when a storm comes and the vinyl rips and it's half hanging off the sign, you got to go through that process all over again. And in the meantime, there's a lot of labor that goes into that process, and there's the potentiality for unsightliness as it goes into that process. And so it's a combination of the modernization of changing it to a communication platform and municipalities feeling that it's more technologically driven, forward thinking, and aesthetically in keeping with a modern looking vantage point.
Thank you for that explanation.
May I, excuse me, just ask maybe Zach one question? This is Gail.
Hi, Gail.
Hi. I'm just curious. I keep hearing that we're required to have billboards in the township, and that's why they could do this. Has anybody taken the time to count? We have a lot of billboards in this township already. There are lots. And I'm just wondering if we haven't already fulfilled our, whatever the requirement is.
Let me address that if I may, Zach.
Sure.
There's two kinds of challenges to a zoning ordinance, and one is de jure, one is de facto. De facto says that on its face, the ordinance is valid, but if you add facts to it, it makes the ordinance invalid. For example, if you allow billboards, but you only put them within 500 feet of an off-ramp, then you're not allowing billboards. So the ordinance on its face would be good, but when you add the facts to it, it would be challengeable. The second kind of challenge that would answer your question is a de jure challenge. The ordinance in the four corners of the house to allow for a fair share of billboard use in the township without taking into consideration existing uses. There has to be an area zoned for billboard use. Now, if that area that's zoned for it totally fills up with billboards and you can't have any more, then your ordinance is okay. Then you're not subject to challenge. But in this case, we have an ordinance putting billboards on Route 30 and it's not filled up. There's at least 3, if not more, that can go on Route 30, as we know through the conditional use process. So that's what you can't just say we have enough billboards. Your ordinance has to provide area for billboards in the face of the ordinance, in the four corners of the ordinance, or is subject to what's called a de jure challenge.
I drive up and down this road so much, and we have many more here than a lot of the other townships up and down the main line. But, anyway, just wondering. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
So-
Zach.
Yeah, I believe we've gotten it. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to talk over you.
That's okay.
We do have one new comment in the, I know there's a lot of points that still people, I'm sure, would like to make. Many have been made already. We do, I believe, have one comment in the email from someone who has not yet had an opportunity to comment. I think we should take at least that one. I understand
Yes.
Martin would also like to make a comment, and Gail has raised her hand as well. With all due respect, I'd like to move on to this one comment and then close the public comment period, if that's agreeable.
Why don't you put a motion on the floor and then take the public comment?
For the ordinance, you mean?
Yes.
All right, does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to the Board of Supervisors to amend the zoning text and map related to off-premises signs. The proposed ordinance includes standard for signs, location, display, and illumination of signs.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Jeff.
Can
All
can I
those
hear
in
the
favor?
comments before we go to vote?
Yes. Now you can
Okay.
take that email comment.
Okay, the email comment we had submitted was from Eric Coper. He says, after listening to the meeting proposal on electronic signs, I'm against having them for adding to light pollution, zoning changes, road distraction, and more signs would most likely come down the road. The township needs to preserve open space.
Okay. And I think you said Marty had his hand up?
Yes.
If I may, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Martin. Sorry.
Yeah, just quickly, I would just like to remind the Commissioner, Zach, that as much of the information as possible that was presented tonight could be posted to the website, so the residents in the area of this 202 sign, the various neighborhoods can review it and prepare themselves to the extent however they want for the January 13th meeting, the Board of Supervisors meeting and the public hearing. The other comment I would like to make is that I stated earlier about the possible light pollution from the 202 sign as seen from the Oakland neighborhood area. One of the things we really didn't delve into, but I would suggest that we might want to consider is that in that 202 sign is sandwiched between adjacent residential one neighborhoods. Are you still with me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Both to the north and the south of 202 is, why can't we have, if we're going to go forward with this, having that sign turned off from dusk to dawn? Why do the residents have to suffer that light pollution? I understand what the applicant said in terms of the 60-degree angle and the technology and all that. But regardless, there are still homes that are going to be seeing that light pollution because of elevation, deciduous trees losing their leaves, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to see that, quote, light source in the evening and at night. So can we make a suggestion here that that sign would be turned off? Why do we have to have it turned on at night? I throw that out for your consideration. If you have a comment, we could address it now, maybe make that recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Any comments?
Yeah, I don't know. Thaddeus, do you want to speak to that at all?
I think it's more a question of quality of life. Maybe the Planning Commission would want to address it.
What we've proposed and what's been consistent with that we've done in all the other municipalities that we've operated in is that on limited access roadways, the displays operate 24 hours a day, and on surface roadways like Route 30, they operate 17 hours a day. And that's what we've put forth. That's consistent with how we operate the displays from a network perspective, because these displays are all networked together. Given the nature of the roadways, that's the necessity that's driving the operational hours of the installations.
Maybe get true from the applicant's perspective, but I'm presenting this to the Planning Commission as a quality of life issue, particularly in consideration of all the comments and objection and opposing this zoning change and sign that were presented to the commission tonight. I think it's pretty straightforward that we simply restrict the hours of operation, that sign is turned off from dusk to dawn.
Is the Planning Commission ready for a vote?
Aye.
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 It needed to be second.
It was seconded.
I'm lost. What's
There
going
was
on?
a motion and a second on the floor. Now, certain people have already voted aye.
For the ordinance?
Yes.
Aye.
Who made the initial motion?
Before we took Marty's comment, we had
I
a
did.
motion and a
Todd
second.
did. Okay. Do we have a second?
Jeff already seconded it.
Jeff was a second. And we have all ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Peter?
Aye. Everybody's aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Deb, we had one other public comment come in from email while we were going forth with the motion. If I could just read that aloud, it'll be quick.
Sure, go ahead, Brittany.
It's from Brian and Kristen Thomas. And the comment originally said, sorry here, started moving things too quick. Does the state law require electronic billboards, or could they be normal billboards, which would be less of an impact?
Does anybody know the answer to that question, Joe or Thaddeus?
The state law requires billboards, whether they're electronic or not, is a whole different question, and it's too complex to answer tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. All right, well, a little more than 3 hours on that topic, and we have two more items to get to. I appreciate everybody's time tonight. And you want to take a 5-minute recess, anybody, or do you want to keep going?
I do.
I'd like to keep going unless.
How about a 3-minute? Can we compromise? All right, you guys can go. I'm taking a break.
I don't think we can do that, but
Yeah,
all right.
5 minutes, Dante.
Jeff is now
If
forcing a
anybody-
break on
All right.
5 minutes. We'll just sit here.
Yes, you.
Okay, I'm going to announce our next applicant again. It is Equius Capital Partners, and it is for a parking expansion at 45 Liberty Boulevard. It's a preliminary final land development application to construct 99 additional parking spaces and stormwater management facilities at the existing office building. It's located at 45 Liberty Boulevard and is within the office business park zoning district.
Yes, thank you. My name's Bob Dwyer. We were before you last month and probably got on around the same time, around 10:30 or 11 o'clock at nights. We followed up 2 long meetings on this property. Anyway, we have, at the last meeting, we talked about the remaining comments in the review letters. We went back and addressed the vast majority of them. There's still a few left that we need to clean up, but for the most part, we'd love to move forward with your recommendation. I understand from talking with Zach today that the zoning issue which McMahon raised relative to the width of the parking aisles is something which may need to go to the zoning hearing board. It's a very minor item, although we don't believe it's necessary. Your zoning officer may disagree. So what we'd like to do tonight, if the board is willing, we'd like to get your support for a relief to go from a 25-foot wide parking aisle that's currently required now in the ordinance to go down to the 24-foot parking aisle, which exists throughout the entire property. We have 24s throughout the entire property, and the new parking proposed a 24-foot as well. Chris from McMahon raised the issue that we don't comply with the 25. Unfortunately, it's not in your saldo, and I can't ask for a waiver. it's in your zoning code. And I would need to get some relief from the zoning hearing board. Again, I don't believe we need to, but it's not my opinion. It's not my decision, of course. We only need 7 new parking spaces to comply with the ordinance. And my position was that because we have 7 new parking spaces that fully comply, the excess parking spaces would not need to comply with the 25-foot requirement. So as a result, I would like to get the planning commission support if we go to before the zoning hearing board in January, and we would come back before this body in January after the zoning hearing board. If we're successful, we would hope at that time to get your approval of our plan as submitted, a condition upon us satisfying any remaining comments at that time. I'd be happy to talk more about the issues I outlined, but it's late and I'm sure you guys would love to dispense with this. I would too. I'd also be willing to take a recommendation for approval to the board and subject to zoning hearing board approval if that's your pleasure. But I understand it may not be something you're willing to do if it requires zoning relief. So with that, I'll open it up for questions or your decisions as to how you want to proceed.
I guess I would just like to make sure that everyone's clear on sort of the zoning and drive aisle aspect. I think Bob did explain it accurately. We had a previous, prior to our more recent zoning amendment for parking stall dimensions and various parking requirements, the existing parking would have satisfied the ordinance requirement. These new areas, in theory, should comply with the new requirement. So again, there's this disconnect between the previous ordinance and the existing versus the new ordinance and the proposed parking. So just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. As you know, we have a requirement in the code that any variance or special exception, any application before the zoning hearing board that is related to a land development has to come before you all as sort of a sketch review, I think is the way the code references it.
Yes, and Chris Williams's letter actually made the suggestion that we make the spaces compact. I mean, they're excess spaces. They're not required of your ordinance. It's something we chose to do. Because we chose to do them, my position was that it doesn't need to necessarily comply. If we opt to put more parking in and make them compact spaces, the township typically wouldn't object. But in this instance, because the aisle width is not 25 feet, it's 24 feet. It's a zoning issue. Obviously, if we could reduce the parking space for those excess spaces to 18 feet or 17 feet, we could pick up the additional foot needed to comply with your aisle width. So hopefully the planning commission would agree that a parking lot of like this that currently has 24-foot aisle widths, that the 99 spaces that we have proposed can still exist with 24 foot wide aisle widths, especially since your traffic engineer is not objecting to it, I don't believe. And of course, your staff and your township engineer may have their thoughts as well, but it's a very minor difference. It's a new provision, and these are all excess spaces. So, and to change it would require us to expand our parking, expand it further, increase more impervious cover. For what? It really wouldn't provide anything from our view. It's not going to make much of a difference. And again, your traffic engineer would agree, I think. His letter would indicate that. You guys are all washed out from the prior hearing. You don't want to have any more comments, I'm guessing.
I would like to hear just whatever comments Daryl would like to
Sure.
contribute to this.
Sure. Well, as far as the aisle width, I'll let Chris, deal with that. But as far as my review letter, there are quite a few stormwater related comments that we spoke about Monday. We did have a conference call on Monday, and I'd feel more comfortable having those comments addressed before this board would move it on to the Board of Supervisors. So that would be my position on the comments.
Thanks, Daryl.
I can fill in the blanks a little bit, having talked with Chris and talked with the applicant. Related to the aisle widths, when shrinking the parking stall from either 10 by 20 or 9 by 20, to 9 by 18. The intent is to have a wider drive aisle to allow better maneuverability, right? So make it easier to get into this now smaller space. So in the foot or so that you lose on the parking stall, you make up for in the drive aisle. That's the intent of having a wider drive aisle. Having spoken to Chris, he doesn't see an inherent issue with this. This is low parking turnover. This is not a shopping center, a grocery store, or anything like that. This is intended to be office parking. So, you know, basically one trip in and one trip out per day. I personally don't have an objection to it. I don't believe Chris does either. I think his comment reflects that in the review letter.
Any board members have any?
What about the trail proposed to be 6 feet and not 8 feet?
Well, we've requested a waiver to avoid having to relocate existing facilities out there. There's signage, there's telephone poles, there's other equipment, and to narrow it down in two locations is a waiver that I think there's no objection from your staff at those two locations. We will expand it to 8 feet everywhere else, but 2 pinch points are along Sweetsford Road, and we would request that waiver in those two locations.
Deb, I'm happy to pull up a plan if it helps people visualize, but I don't want to start throwing up visuals all over the place and confuse the issue, but just let me know.
Do it quick, Zach.
How's that? How's that for quick?
Awesome.
So the gray areas are the proposed parking areas. The lighter color, the white, is the existing. And I'm just going to zoom in quickly on the trail. I'll let Bob orient. I'm familiar with, I think, the points he's going to make, and I'll kind of hover over these areas.
Yeah, there's so the comments from your engineer requested that we extend the trail all the way down to the pedestrian crossing, which of course we've agreed to. We've agreed to address all the comments in his letter. And there's a pinch point where it says 6 foot wide modal trail. There's a right below the R there. There's a pinch point in there that we'd like to keep 6 feet. Otherwise, going from that point towards the corner would be 8 feet. And then as you get and I'll ask Rick, the engineer, to chime in if I'm wrong, but that location there's another pinch point. There's only 2 pinch points. There's not 3. So I think the middle, the one you just circled, is not a pinch point. I think the pinch point's closer to the entrance. But there's only 2, and they're short distances. And again, I'll ask Rick to jump in if he thinks I've misled the planning commission. Rick's our engineer.
Zach, good evening. Zach has it circled appropriately now. Yeah, there's 2 pinch points.
Good. Yeah, those 2 spots. Yeah.
2 telephone poles. There's also a sign and a manhole and some electrical equipment boxes. So overall, the trail along Sweetsford here is about 375 feet long. And I'd say for about a combined for the 2 areas, there's probably 50 or 60 feet. That'll be only 6 feet wide as opposed to 8.
I think we just need to make sure that they're appropriately tapered so that it's not sort of a sudden transition.
Yes, absolutely.
This is Jeff. Yeah, I think it should be fine in my opinion. I know we're not voting on this tonight because there's other engineering issues, but so just to be clear, you are not proposing anymore having any interior trail.
Well, it's something which we talked about last time, and I think since that meeting, we've gotten comments that would suggest that it would be very difficult for us to get the support of staff and their consultants. So we didn't want to complicate it any more than we already have. I mean, we thought the alternative plan was better, but since there's some issues that I think again your staff and consultants would have with some of the trail location, then we went back to just just put it where you guys wanted it originally. So we've agreed to comply with all of the comments in your engineer's letters, and we'll wait until next meeting when everything's cleaned up to ask for a vote. And unless the planning commission wants to revisit the location of the trail, we're content showing this trail along Sweetser Road as you originally anticipated it to be. That's where it's at right now. We pulled it off the plan because it was complicating the discussion and delaying any action on this.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that.
Sure. So again, all the comments in the letters that exist right now, we will agree to comply with. Despite the fact we don't think we need to get a zoning relief, we will apply to the zoning hearing board because if your zoning officer has an opinion, we certainly need to respect that and follow his lead. We can challenge his decision, or we can apply for de minimis relief on the aisle width. And we will opt to do the latter. We will go to the zoning hearing board, hopefully get their approval, and hopefully come back to you in a month, hopefully early on the agenda, so we can get off this this late night meeting schedule and get your support if it's possible. In 1 month's time, we hope to be able to achieve that, and we will be applying for that relief in the next couple of days, and hopefully the planning commission won't have any objection.
That's right. You lucked out 2 months in a row, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, usually we're on the agenda for 350 apartments or something, but a little parking lot, I never expected to spend, 8 hours waiting for any action on a minor land development application. But hey, it's that time of year, and things are busy. So I appreciate your time and effort, and hopefully, unless there's any objections, we would like to get at least your support, or not your objection, on the aisle width request that we go before the zoning hearing board. And when we come back, we'll be looking for to comply with all your requirements and with the waiver provision on the trail location, and that's it. We'll otherwise comply with everything.
Okay, well, I think I'm good with this. I don't know what the rest of the board would like to comment or.
Are you looking for some kind of formal statement from us regarding the aisle width tonight?
Not necessarily. I think Zach indicated to me that before we get on the zoning hearing board, the protocol for the township is that the planning commission needs to see it. So really what I wanted to do was present it to you as what we're going to do. Before your next planning commission meeting, there'll be a zoning hearing board. And I'm sure Zach would tell me, unless the planning commission looks at it, you can't get on there. Well, I'm asking right now for you to look at it. I'm making you aware of the fact we're going to the zoning hearing board for a waiver on, or no, I'm sorry, a variance, de minimis variance, or a special exception to expand a non-conforming aisle width. We have aisle widths of 24 feet across the entire site, and we want to continue that for these 4 locations. And we hope the zoning hearing board agrees, and we will be back then at your next meeting, hopefully with some approval from the zoning hearing board in hand, which will have then resolved a zoning issue, which of course the planning commission can't resolve. Only the zoning hearing board can do that. So we'll then be faced with just subdivision and land development issues, which you are all aware of right now. We'll have at that point hopefully addressed all the comments from the township engineer and your landscape architects and everyone else, and have a clean letter that you can then take action on. And Zach, I don't know whether the planning commission formally takes action on zoning request, whether they need to or not, but I think I've met the obligation you're suggesting I need to meet, which is to share with them my intention.
Yeah, I just wanted, so I'll clarify just briefly. I'm trying to pull up the exact language in the code. It's not real clear what the intended action is supposed to be. I think what we've discussed at the previous meetings is that obviously it has to be provided to the planning commission, since the planning commission is advisory to the board of supervisors. A motion would be as to whether the board of supervisors should oppose, support, or remain neutral. So this is going to go to the board of supervisors as well prior to the zoning hearing board application. They review all and decide whether or not to support, oppose, or remain neutral. So I would request a motion from the planning commission to that respect.
And I'm fine with it. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on this.
And I'm fine with it too. I wouldn't have any problem putting any kind of recommendation to the supervisors to support the zoning or however they do it, whether they make recommendations to zoning regarding the Owlwood issue.
Right. Thank you.
I can't hear who that is. Who is that?
It's Tim. I think, Tim, you're not coming through very clearly. I gleaned a little bit, maybe that you agree. Is that correct? That sounded like a yes.
I heard him say he fully supported everything and wanted to approve the plan tonight. That's what I heard.
I think I caught enough of that. It sounds like he doesn't have an issue with that. I would say if somebody wants to make a motion, we could.
Yeah. Jeff, you wanna?
I'll make a motion. My brain is kind of frazzled how to word this regarding the to the supervisors to support the aisle with, is it a, help me out, Zach.
Sure.
If I could chime in, it's very rare that the Board of Supervisors support a zoning application. It's also rare that they support challenging an application. 95% of the time, it's just that they remain neutral. Unless there is some compelling public interest in supporting this application, then they're just going to remain neutral.
What do we need to make a recommendation for then?
Well, you really don't. If you feel compelled that there's such a public interest that you should support the application, then you make the recommendation accordingly.
I mean,
I just want to back up, just sorry. We have, many things have come to us before regarding the zoning hearing board that was actually required for us to hear them first. And to have some opinion versus on that.
Yeah, it's not required. I think it's a good process, and I think the board is interested in your input, but it's not a requirement.
I think the precedence has been that when there's been a major, I guess, application, then we usually make the recommendation, and that's when the board send Joe in support or not in support.
Monkey motion.
Pardon me?
Well, look, how about if we just call it a vote of confidence? I don't, however, I guess.
Can we just say we made comments and the board was generally a positive comment?
Recommend support, go ahead and recommend support. I don't want to stop you from doing that.
There's no, I did just pull up the code section. It doesn't say you have to make a recommendation, it just says you have to look at it. So you can decide to remain neutral or make a recommendation if you desire.
Well, how about this? Just let the
recommendation. Let's just go through with it and be done. Do we have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Hey,
Thanks,
Zach, just make sure you word it right. You could put a lot of words in my mouth now.
Oh, that's right. You didn't finish that, did you?
I wanted to hear how I was going to word it through Zach.
I apologize for that. I didn't.
Yeah, but that's all right. I have high confidence in Zach's ability.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's time, and I'll see you next month. Have a good holiday.
Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, the next application is for 31 Kaufman Avenue. It's Ranahan Building Group. It's a preliminary final subdivision and a land development application to construct 3 new single-family detached dwellings, driveways, stormwater management, and associated improvements. The existing dwelling will be demolished as part of this application. The property is located at 31 Kaufman Avenue and is within the R2 low-density residential zoning district. Who's up for Renahan Builders?
This is Jim Renahan. I don't have video. Hi, Debbie, how are you? I don't have video. I'm sorry, my laptop went dead. The meeting was so long. So the really what we're looking for, and I'm going to turn it over to my engineer to describe it. We're really looking for a recommendation from the Planning Commission regarding, you know, the basically viability of the 3-lot subdivision. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, everyone. How are you? My name's Scott Deisher. I'm with JMR Engineering, design engineer for the project. Zach, can I share my screen so I can show plans and?
Sure, I can, just to simplify things, I happily share my screen. I have the plans handy. I can orient.
Yeah,
or...
if you want to pull them up, that's fine.
Yeah, so I know sometimes it's easier to do it yourself. But...
So the existing lot is a 1.7 acre lot, and it's located, it's about a mile east of the 202 interchange on Business Route 30. Kaufman Avenue is a 40-foot wide by 400-foot long private right-of-way that provides access for 5 single-family homes and multiple businesses. The property is situated directly at the end of Kaufman Ave, which you can see there, but it is a private right-of-way. So the site also lies between, there's an old Great Valley Pet Hotel on the west side, a single-family home on the east, Chester Valley Golf Club on the north, and a business complex down to the south. The site does have a decent sized existing single-family dwelling with a detached garage and a driveway, which will be demolished as part of the project. In general, most of the site right now is grassed area with some tree line on the perimeters. There are no steep slopes or wetlands. The proposed layout would include 3 single-family homes, each with all-not stormwater management facilities and served by public water and sewer. The site does lie within the Valley Creek watershed, which is considered exceptional value. Since we were disturbing more than an acre, we require an individual MPDS permit. Just to give you guys a little background, we submitted this project about 2 weeks ago, and we have received 2 comment letters back. One was from the review engineer Arrow Consulting, and the other was the fire code plan review. But like Jim said, we just wanted to present this to the board this evening and get as much feedback from you guys as possible and discuss the viability of subdividing this into 3 lots. So I think that one of the, if I know you guys probably don't want to go through all of the comments that were in the letter. In general, the biggest comments were, or the biggest ones that we foresee being an issue are related to the Bracken Avenue and Kaufman Avenue right-of-ways. As far as the stormwater management comments go, I'm confident that I can address all those. So really, right now where we're at, we're trying to discuss between the attorneys how we deal with the private right-of-way of Kaufman Avenue. Like I said, some of the biggest comments were frontage to right-of-way. Also,
yeah, if I may interrupt, I think since it's late, I mean, to lay it on the line. So I have agreement of sale on the property. We are, I mean, the agreement will go through regardless, but we need to determine how you're going to treat Bracken and Kaufman in regard to frontage, because by the end of the month, this month, I need to know whether, not definitively, just whether there's a recommendation for 2 or 3 lots. And obviously, we feel justified after working with Zach, a little bit of comments back and forth, that we can meet subdivision and everything else. But we're gonna need a recommendation from you, the planning commission, in order to move to the next phase.
Can I ask what we're looking at? Because all I see is it to be removed.
Yeah, Zach, could you go to the grading plan for us?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So this is the proposed layout.
Scott, I have a question about
Yes.
this. I looked on Google Earth, and I'm going to say this with a big caveat because you can't always determine soil wetness with aerial photographs, but it looked like there's some pretty wet soil in that upper left corner there. Am I right about that? A lot of low-lying area.
Upper left-hand corner?
I think that's what I was seeing. I couldn't tell if it was in this lot or adjacent to it, but there was a lot of wetland vegetation and a cluster of trees.
Up on that northwest side?
Yeah.
I'll have to look at that, but so that's pretty far outside of our LOD. But I can take a look at that. I haven't actually gone out to the site and looked in that back corner.
Take a look at that just so it doesn't become a tripwire for you.
Let me see if I can pull up some pictures from our survey crew.
All right.
We can keep moving as I look for that.
Zach, what is the issue with whether it's 2 lots or 3 lots in the right of ways? I don't understand what we're being asked to do.
Yeah, so I'll let the applicant explain that in a little more detail. I know at the Planning and Development Subcommittee meeting, when we looked at this sort of as a sketch, just as an introduction, which is really what I was intending this meeting to be as well, an introduction. We talked about the fact that Kaufman is a private street. It's an undedicated street.
Correct.
So we've talked, I guess, at previous meetings on other projects about the township requirement for new lots to have frontage on on public roadways. So that is a SAUDO requirement. So I guess if I'm understanding Jim correctly, what you're trying to get feedback on is whether or not the planning commission is receptive to a waiver to allow these new lots to front on a private street.
Zach, so there would be waivers for that, but there would also there's a section of the zoning code that specifies required minimum lot width at the right-of-way line is 55 feet. So how we deal with these right-of-ways will also affect if we would require a variance for this layout.
Right, I understand.
Well, the STAUDO requirement of public versus private street, I don't think we should have in our ordinances, it's got to be a public street. Any street where they get legal access, I think is fine. And it's unusual to find this provision in subdivision ordinances. So I think we should rewrite our subdivision ordinance to eliminate that provision. So I don't have an issue with access on private versus public, as long as they can prove they have the legal rights to use the private street or private access. Now, as far as the width of it's concerned, that's a zoning requirement. They have to go to the zoning hearing board to get relief for that.
Correct.
So I guess there's also the Bracken Avenue right away, and I'm not sure how that, because we could use that as frontage as well. It's not a street, but it is a right of way.
Well, what is it? Is it a paper street?
Thought it was a street. Didn't we have that discussion as well?
As far as I know, it's an unopened street. It's a paper street, Joe.
And how was it created? Was it created through a subdivision plan?
That I don't know.
I don't have that information either. That was something that was discussed at the subcommittee meeting, but I've not heard of.
And I think that's what we're trying to figure out at this point, because that'll, as far as all the other comments goes, I feel that we could address them, but these right-of-way issues are what we're going to have to figure out prior to revising the plans or moving forward with this project.
So if Brackett is a street that you have legal rights to, are you going to take access off of Brackett for all 3 individual lots?
No, I think we would, sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I think that would just be for one of the lots, and then we would figure out how to make the other 2 work off of Kaufman Avenue.
Well, instead of having some kind of joint access issue, why wouldn't you take individual access off of Bracken and build Bracken as if it's a road?
Well, we could take 2, looking at the plan, 2 could come off of Bracton and 1 could come off of Kaufman. But, you know, the challenge is we're trying to determine what the definition of Bracken is. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes, that is correct. And that's what we're trying to go back and forth between the attorneys, trying to figure out, you know, and there's also, you know, I guess.
What attorneys? There's no back and forth with me.
This was the street that we talked about at the sub-planning level, Bracken, going out to Plainbrook Road, that there would be, I guess, the township would have interest in, I guess, rededicating, I guess. Is that the right word?
Well, I'm not sure if it's still in existence.
Yes, can I jump in at some point?
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Debbie.
Andy's the neighbor down there.
I can tell you what Bracken Street is and what it's going to be later. Bracken Street does exist. It's more than a paper street. It's also where the township wants to run their sewer line.
Correct.
And it's on our deed. So in case anybody, so first of all, Andy Laconey and Roberta Laconey, 10 Kaufman Street, we are the neighbor south of 31. And our properties do adjoin with Bracken Street in the middle.
All right, well, thank you for that information.
Pardon?
Thank you for that information.
All right, you're more than welcome. So there's a lot of things that have to be hammered out, and someone saying they need a decision by the end of the month or whatever that is way too fast. I see 3 buildings with 3 car garages, and whatever the sewer plan is for Bracken, I think greatly affects this plan, not to mention Kaufman is a private road with the SPCA also in application for additional parking spots. And that is also a private water line that runs up Kaufman. As everybody knows, it is not a township road. So there's a lot of issues that go with this, and I'm not objecting to residential development. I know this property very well. Obviously, I've been involved in a number of discussions over the years me and my wife have regarding this particular property, but Bracken Avenue is by far a paper street. It might not be asphalt now, but it's going to be a whole lot of things later, and that needs to be taken into consideration.
Well, the issue is whether we require it to be asphalt now as part of this plan.
Well, it's also part of the township's plan for the sewer line to go right down Bracken Avenue.
Can I just pipe in? Can we see a plan that further away so I can see more what's all around?
Let me pull up an aerial. I'd like to just kind of rewind just a little bit here. When I spoke with Scott prior to the agenda being set, I'll back up just a little bit further. The plan was submitted on the 1st of December. We do not yet have review letters back from all of our consultants. We've got an Aero review letter. Scott has sort of touched on some of the comments there. There's stormwater comments. There's a number of comments, many of which are just cleanup. But the thought, at least my thought, and I apologize if this wasn't clear, was to introduce the plan, get some general comments from the Planning Commission, from the neighbors. We spoke with Andy a couple of weeks ago when they were out doing infiltration testing, and just let him know that the plan would be on the planning commission agenda at some point. My hope was to get some very general commentary, have a discussion, introduce the plan. I don't know that anybody is in a position, even with some of this new information that we've gotten from Andy, and thank you, to discuss the specifics of the status of the street. There's some zoning issues that need to be worked through, whether it's lot
We
widths.
don't have a letter. Does anybody have a letter in their packet? We have
No,
nothing.
you do not. So that's my
Zach,
entire point here, is that
Zach,
the intent was
I
to,
don't,
excuse
I
me?
don't mean, Zach, this is Jim. I don't mean to interrupt. I agree with everything you're saying. Maybe I misspoke. So I need to decide whether I'm moving forward with the property. I don't expect the planning commission to give any approval. There's so many things that are unknown here, and Andy's comments were fantastic. So I think we have a lot more legwork and a few more trips before we can, determine anything.
Sure. Yeah, and I apologize. I don't mean to put words in anybody's mouth. I'm not saying that you were trying to steamroll this thing through. I just wanted to clarify the intent, I think, is to have a conversation, introduce the plan, and then we, as you've said, will need to work through some of these other issues, because I think there's a handful of them.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so how about we go way back, and Jim or Scott, somebody finish the presentation to the board, and so they can just know what's going on here.
I agree, but can I see a plan further out? I don't, who cares about these little, like, what the dwelling looks like on lot 1, 2, and 3 at this point?
Yeah.
I want to see a little bit
up an
further
area.
out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we should have an aerial. But yeah, Andy, thank you for that information. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Also apologize if we got a little snippy. It's a little late.
Scott, do you want to move forward and just finish the general presentation so we can wrap this up?
Yeah, I mean, what else would you guys like to cover?
Well, you're replacing one house with 3, correct?
Yeah, so we're demolishing one home, replacing it with 3. Each one of those lots will have their own on-lot stormwater management facility. Since it's an MPDS permit, I know that this might not mean all that much to a bunch of people on the call, but we have to use the SCS method for determining rates, which is much more conservative than using the rational method, since we're going through the MPDS permit process, because we're over an acre. So these stormwater management facilities are pretty decent size for the size of these homes. Just trying to go through any of the other comments that I thought would.
So Jeff, do you know where this is? Can you?
Yeah, I know exactly where it is. I
Okay.
used to cut the grass right north of it.
Yeah, and the zoning line kind of runs around that property in kind of a weird manner. It's on the cover sheet of the plans, but it kind of is recessed within, what's the adjacent zone? Right next to it is the VMX zoning district.
Right. Pele Automotive is right out there on Bracken, heading out towards Plainbrook.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that Paoli Automotive and the other companies would like to see that being any kind of street in the future.
They wouldn't want to see that?
That's just my thinking.
Well, I would tend to agree with you, because I think at least one of them, I mean, since it's not really a developed road, I think they're using it as like a parking lot.
Like that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It's like, but maybe they would, because they think of it as frontage, but it would only be frontage going into residential. Well, there's some commercial, but I don't know.
Yeah, they do have parking within that right of way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But back to the house, that house, if anybody has been back there or not, but it's pretty dilapidated. And my opinion is that 3 of Renahan's houses would look a heck of a lot nicer than what it does now.
We agree with that.
I bet you do.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're on board.
Although we don't have a view of it. We have an open yard.
So what do we need? What do we need to discuss here?
So again, my thought was if you have questions, get them out there now so that they can be addressed upon resubmission. Clearly, there's some other items that need to be worked through. So if you guys have questions, Andy, I know you are interested in this. I just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to talk about it so that they didn't lose 45 days right off the bat before the next planning commission meeting. Just trying to be respectful of people's timelines, that's all.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that nobody was going to be, heavily opposed to this subdivision, and that we could move forward with not a recommendation, but just some general agreement that it's not a terrible plan.
Yeah, I think we have enough information for now. I very much appreciate everyone's time. It's late. I think we have enough to go on. Do you agree, Scott?
I agree. Yeah, I think we just need to talk about the right-of-way issues, and we can address those comments.
And real quick, Jim and Scott, if you want to come out here and meet Bobby and me and go back there and talk about a bunch of stuff, that's also fine.
So
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I didn't know if it was the proper forum, but I would love to reach out to you and meet with you. I think you can answer a lot of questions that we've been trying to find out for a month or so.
Hey, Andy, do you think you could you go on JMR's website and give me a call at some point tomorrow? I can get your information.
Yep.
That would be great. Thank you.
And then we can answer, we can just talk about a lot of, people that know me from the planning commission. This isn't the first time that 31 Kaufman has been on our sites.
Okay.
So,
Long ago.
Can I ask a question?
we got into a big
Sure.
zoning fight a long time ago, so.
Todd?
I'd like to know, the subdivision that you're looking at, it's all by right? You don't need any relief?
It depends on what happens with the right-of-ways. If we can provide enough frontage on right-of-way. So if we can consider Bracken and Kaufman right-of-way frontage, then we would not need. There are some waivers that we're going to have to request, but zoning wise.
You can meet the size of the lot?
Yes, size of the lot we can meet.
Well, see, we have a deed that has a description of our property, including up to the center line of Bracken Avenue.
Yes, typically the right-of-ways would be netted out.
See,
So
but that would be great to look at that.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be helpful.
Can you point out where your property is?
Has no one surveyed this, your property?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Jeff had a question.
Yeah, not the applicant, but I forget his name, Mr.
Andy?
Andy. Mr. Andy. Andy, where is your property on here?
On the flag lot coming up Kaufman.
I think I see.
On the left, across from the SPCA, the what looks across the SPCA is 14 Kaufman, which is DeGray's.
We're behind.
On the driveway, yeah, that's me. That's it right there. That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so Jim, I believe we have that deed. I'll have to discuss with Jack, but I think it was some descriptions of the right-of-way that were the issue and not the actual legal boundary of the properties.
Yeah, I still think it's valuable to deal with someone who's been there and been experienced through the property. I think that'll get us a lot of the questions we need answered.
Oh, I completely agree. Yes.
Yeah.
Right this moment, Bracken Street is where my horseshoe pits are.
So what, we don't want a sewer line through
I think I can see them. Two white
Yeah.
spots.
That's it. That's it. You got
them. Oh,
it.
you can.
Look
You
at that.
can see.
Are they 40 feet apart?
Yes, sir. With a 3-degree lean towards center per regulations.
All right,
There you go.
I'm coming over and playing.
So someone asked the question, was the property surveyed? Yes, the property was surveyed.
Yep, we saw that. Okay. Well, Jim, I'll go on your website and give you my information and we'll go from there.
That would be wonderful. I appreciate everyone's feedback and have a nice night.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Happy every
Thanks,
time.
guys.
Now it's 11:30 at night. What's going on with that?
We do.
Question, can we go up first on
Well,
the
an
next
hour
one?
earlier than the last meeting.
Can you put us up first on the next one?
Yeah, come on, Debbie. You owe us that.
First or second?
I'm gonna throw somebody under the bus here. Who would that be?
Not me.
I camp out under the bus, so I'm used to
Can I
it.
that bus over, Zach?
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank
Human
you.
wheel chop named Zach.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Andy.
Anytime.
All right. Is there anything left to discuss here?
Everybody have a great couple weeks.
Yeah, you guys get a nice little break from each other.
Whatever.
What was the consensus from everyone tonight?
My consensus is we need to have individual meetings on these huge topics.
Can't do that.
Well, I think, are you saying special
have
meetings? like
conditional
not
use
regular
hearings.
agenda?
Did you say, I'm sorry, I thought you said individual meetings.
I meant individual subject meetings.
Just schedule a off meeting like mid-month or something.
Like a
just for that.
special meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
For just like the billboard or for Bishop Tube, stuff we know it's gonna just crush us.
Understood. Yeah, we can certainly look into that. I think that's not a bad idea. All right, everyone. This meeting is still rolling, obviously. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be discussed. Again, I apologize for any confusion on that one. It was really just intended to be an introduction. So
So can I officially adjourn this?
if you're so inclined.
Meeting adjourned, 11:30, 29.